Unpredictable, volatile, complex. But your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
What's up, everybody? Good morning. Happy Friday. Welcome to Forex Fire.
Hey.
What's up,
Hey,
gents? Good to see you again.
This Friday.
What's going on?
Long
great
time,
day
huh?
by
TGIF.
Great day by default.
Okay,
Always
good. You know, TGIF.
correct. That is right. We have so far made it.
To get some sleep.
Week. Yeah,
That's good.
actually got a little bit extra.
Time flies, huh?
These weeks fly by quick. They really do.
They do, actually. And it's getting faster and faster. I mean, the years are also going past faster and faster. Can't believe it's August.
I agree.
Gee,
I agree.
Birthday's coming up here at the end of this month. I'm like, no, slow down.
What is it? 22?
I think the same.
27th for me. Yep.
Oh, I see.
I'll be the big
Still
4-3. 4-3. Yeah, no, I'm 27.
Me and Michael haven't received invitations, by the way, so I don't know what's up with that. So maybe you must just mute.
Big old pool party.
Mine got lost.
And me and Michael will take over.
Get your passports ready. Come on down. Or up for you, Michael.
Exactly.
Up for both
Exactly.
of you.
I'll need a passport, that's for sure. I've got what they call the Green Mamba passport, which is worthless. Pretty much, you can't go anywhere with it.
Oh, you know what?
Really?
It's funny. I was in Mexico City back in 2012, and I had misplaced my passport. I had left it on an auto bus after they drove us to Puebla from Mexico City, which you have to go through the valley of a couple volcanoes to get there. So that was a fun ride. But we got out of the bus, went back home, and then got home and realized I'd left one of my bags on the bus. So we drove all the way back to the bus terminal, and sure enough, my bag was nowhere to be seen. It had my passport in it. It had a laptop in there, a charger, a couple other things. I was so upset about that. But anyway, I went to Mexico City to the U.S. Embassy to get a passport, and what they gave me was a temporary one. It was a 3-month passport because I told them I was trying to get home. That's when I was trying to come back to the States, and he gave me the temporary. And it's funny, I could get a passport quicker in Mexico than I could my own country here. So yeah, they gave me that temporary, what they called emergency passport, and they just said as long as you renew it to get your normal 10-year passport when you get back within 3 months, then there's no charge or anything like that. Well, I let it lapse like a ding dong, so I never got the passport, and so I had to just totally start anew, basically. So I sent off an application here about a couple of years ago to get a new one, and they kept telling me to send my old passport. I was like, I don't have it. I lost it, but they gave me the temporary one.
Yeah,
this is what I have now. This is all I have. And they said, well, we can't use that. I'm like, well, how are you going to give me a passport? I don't have a old passport to give you except for this temporary one. So it's been a big mess. Yeah, I might have to dig into it a little deeper. I pushed it off to the side because I'm like, well, I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. But yeah, things are changing, so I need to get that sucker. It's been a mess.
Yeah,
Lucky you, Tiger. I have some of the best news. And it's funny that how things will happen, right? Some of the best news that you ever hear on that subject.
Oh, yeah. I need good news.
There is a way to get, most time you just go regular, you get a passport. It takes like 6 to 8 weeks to get a passport. There's a way to get a passport, I promise you, in like 5 days.
Really?
I actually tell
how much does
everyone
it cost, Michael?
It's an extra like
$60.
Oh,
wow.
That's fine. Yeah. Email me that info or call me or something because I need to figure this out.
No,
can they help me as well?
Super
simple.
Because a lot of friends who I have, like, they're like, "Oh, I would come, but I don't have a passport." I'm like, I don't want to hear that excuse, right? Like, I don't want to hear that as an excuse. It's way too easy to get a passport. And I just tell them, I call it the passport play. Literally, it works. Everyone gets it. My brother's he just came down in May. He went to his appointment and on Thursday, and 2 days later, his passport arrived at his front door. In 2 days.
That's insane.
Wow. Is there like a location somewhere in the Kansas City area that I can do that in, or do I have to do it online? Or
So all offices aren't treated the same. Some offices actually allow you to get a passport the same day. The thing is,
Oh
you
wow.
have to have a flight, basically a flight, and showing them that your tickets, your upcoming tickets,
Hmm.
and they'll give
Yeah.
it to you.
Bump to
Not
the top of the
expedited. I
line.
mean, super expedited. Yeah.
Well, we'll have to
Sometimes you can get
talk
it the
off
same
stream
day.
further. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to get that information off you
A
for
passport
sure.
play. That's
Good
what it's
stuff.
called. I hook everybody up with this. So yeah, take advantage of it. I got you.
Will do. Will
Awesome,
do.
awesome.
Thanks. I'm
Thanks,
writing that down.
Michael. Good morning, Maya.
Of course.
Maya Vlogs. Thanks for joining.
Good
To
morning.
all of you
Good morning,
guys, if
Maya.
you got any questions, let us know. Drop it there in the chat.
Yes,
More than
yes.
happy to respond, help you out, maybe look at some charts, instruments, whatever you want us to look at, or just have a casual chat. We can do that as well. All right,
Mhm.
so let's kick things off, guys. We got about 20 minutes, 19 minutes until the news. I don't know. Maybe you guys can switch to my screen quickly. I really don't have too much to show at the moment right now, except for this position that I took yesterday on the FTSE. Is my screen up? Yeah, there we go. So I don't know if you guys remember, I was waiting for price to sort of reach this area, which it did during our morning session. And I got into a trade. We had a 61.8 retracement from this low. We assumed that fourth wave ended to this high. The reason why I'm thinking this was corrective was because price did not yet take out this, what I still assume was a expanding triangle, right? Price pulled back again to this lower channel line, and even during this move upwards, you can see that it's sort of been riding it. So hopefully it hasn't overstayed its welcome. I won't say price, but actually the lower end of this channel, because it's worked in the past, and I don't know for how long it's still going to be acting as support. Who knows? But anyway, I've also had this downward sloping channel tracking what I assume was an ABC or zigzag to the downside. And you can see price also failed to break through this lower end. So there was a confluence of multiple market geometry lines, mostly using the channels sloping different direction, the larger one as well as the smaller one that tracked this decline. Price has sort of been messing around. Once I got in, I'll show you now on my trading platform, the execution platform, around my entry level. So there hasn't been much action. This morning I thought after price sort of like broke above this upper channel line, that was it. I'm on the right side of it. But then again, it closed within the channel again. As Michael likes to call it, he doesn't like the wicks. He prefers the bodies. And it's the same sort of thing when it
Right.
comes to market geometry. A nice, clean break and close above this channel would look a little bit better, to be dead honest. But that being said, I'm still in the trade. I'm just leaving it. I didn't take one heck of a big position on this, just one lot. I am very aware that it is Friday, so I don't want to be holding this into the weekend. Ideally, if it was, let's say, a Monday or Tuesday, I would have liked to aim for something like that, assuming that the next wave higher is still in the process of completing a fifth wave. Again, to the upper side of the channel, like it has reached multiple times. And what's nice about this channel thus far, guys, I just used these anchor points. High, low. And that was it. Resistance, support, and hopefully now support again. And maybe back to the upper end of the channel. It's a heck of a far way to go. I don't think it will even get there close to it today. Maybe even I'm wrong about this and price declines lower. Whatever happens, happens. Like I said, I'm trading small amount on this position size. So let's see. I think a realistic target would be, maybe if I'm lucky, a break of these highs over here. It's almost like a double top formation or relative higher highs over here. So That will even give me just over a slight 1 to 2 risk reward ratio. So if I had to just quickly jump onto my platform, you can see I've entered over here yesterday. I actually held this overnight, so something I don't quite often do, but I was, sort of thinking maybe I could still squeeze a 1 to 2 out of this. But price, has been messing around there. So I'm just going to leave it where it is at. And we'll see by the end of today where things stand. Hopefully in my direction or get stopped out. The market will decide what it wants to do next.
All right. Well, like Michael always says, if you still like it on Monday, get back into it.
Yeah. That's kind of like when you
absolutely, if you're very convinced about it. If it moves nice and strongly up to the upside price wise, then I'll close it by before the end of the day, going into the weekend or the trading session, and then just see if I can time another entry or just get into another one on Monday. But we'll see how things go. See a few of our regulars that just joined.
Hello, good morning.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Already said hello to Maya. Chris, how's it going? Happy Friday.
TGI.
Chris is
and then we've got no sleep narrator. I'm going to have to grow my facial hair. It seems like good traders have at least a little something.
I'm getting a haircut next week. I'm getting a little bushy over here, so I'll be looking quite different.
I also got
next Friday.
I got to go for one this weekend. Trim this beard a little bit. I'm also getting very grey at the moment, if you can see that. So maybe.
Oh, I'm starting to get.
I'm not that kind of guy that dyes stuff. So salt and pepper or executive streaks, as they call it.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
We got to own facial hair for nothing. I've had this same lack of facial hair since forever. Like I can get a little beard, a little mustache, but nothing else will grow on my face. Like nothing. I don't shave. It just doesn't grow.
I've also got friends like that. Like the one guy I know is a really good friend of mine. He's completely bald, and he's like 23 years old. Also, like no facial hair, nothing.
Wow!
Like his arms, legs, nothing. It's really weird. But he, at least he's got eyebrows and stuff like that. Otherwise, it would have looked really weird.
Wow! No, we were young. Well, I had a friend like that too. His facial hair like really early, and I'm 18 months older than him. And I'm like, when am I gonna get a mustache? When am I gonna get a beard? And it just never came in. To this day, he has the full thing, and I'm like, I'm older than you. I don't even know how you got facial hair before I did. He would make jokes and say, it's because you got a man yet, boy.
I think I wear this because my head is so round that I need something to make it look a bit sharper,
Balance it out. Yeah. I'm kind of the same way.
I got a round head like a soccer ball. Anyway, guys, all jokes aside, for just a little bit seriousness, although this is not actually that serious, we are still going to give away another 10K Forex Challenge account today, again, during this morning session. So if you're new in the chat here or you haven't won before, please make sure that you follow the following steps. It's really important that you subscribe to both Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global YouTube channels. So please go do that. That's the first step. Continue commenting during this session. And please make sure that your email is in your YouTube bio, right? So it's linked there so we actually can reach you with your account details to get you set up with that account, all right? Again, winners will be selected live. We'll probably announce that normally around about 6, I think, right? Central is when we normally announce the winner. But we'll let you know when we're going to announce. And again, please do stay tuned and fire away with those questions, guys. But again, if you haven't followed those steps, you won't be eligible to win the prize. Those that have won already won't be up for another chance. So I'm trying to give it to persons that haven't won before. So let us, I'm almost going to say, let us know if you want to win that. Maybe let us know why you deserve to win that. Yeah, and we'll select that winner again around about 6 Central, guys. So we'll let you know who the winner is, but please do go follow those steps.
There you go.
We got, look like Maya has a question, and she says, what's the best time to trade Forex? I have school from September.
School run,
Great question, Maya.
checking the test school, or
Yeah, like
He's closer to
you
your
got
time
3
zone there,
options.
Richard. Yep. I think so.
Yeah, you
Excuse
can
me?
trade London, you can trade Asia, you can trade New York. When you got out of school, basically. um, Cool. So if we can get the screen, and I'm sorry, Maya, we'll get back to you in a quick second if you want us to elaborate. But you do have 3 options. The school wouldn't really stop you. There's plenty of options for sure. But if we can get my screen going really quick, I think I still like UF, and I do want to jump into it. I see this look like it's starting to do a little something. So yeah, here we
Doing a
go.
little dance.
So, yeah, we've been looking at this all week, if you guys remember. I still don't think this is the trade of the week. By far, it's not Mona Lisa. It's not gorgeous how I really like it. However, we still do have a lot good about this. And I'm not going to put my full position on this. I'm going to say that right now. I like this, but not for a full position. But we do have this level 2 move here. 5,200 has crossed. And you know what? This thing is moving now. I'm going to jump in first and then explain.
Jump.
Looks like this is at 80.50.
Hop in it.
80.50 is where we need to get this thing at. 80.50. We'll risk half of this, right? Half a percent, and we'll just go ahead and buy it now. And we're in. Okay, cool. Just wanted to do that really quick because this thing is starting to push up a little bit faster than I thought it would have. I wanted to get in around here. I'm going to pip off 80.70. What is it, 80.74, and I'm in at 77. 3 pips. That's not bad. I'll take that. If we get a pullback somewhere around here, I might swing at this again. So let's put another quick alert on here, and I'll just put second position. All right. Cool. So back to the rationale. Let me scoot this over here.
USD Swiss.
So,
Nice.
yeah, we've been looking at this all week. If you guys remember, like it's
Yeah.
it's kind of it's ranged a little bit, but what I thought I didn't like at first was this over here. This is what I would call fugly. Right, this over here is fugly.
Oh yeah,
it's freaking ugly.
Yeah.
Right, that's kind of off. The F could also stand for whatever you want it to stand for, but yeah, that's a little off. Right, that area there, I told you I would want to see a second pass. For me, this is a V. Right, and this is why I always say you can't take the V's; they don't work out well. We got one leg, and this thing kind of withered up a little bit, and we're nowhere. Right, but now we kind of got a little structure over here a little bit. Now this is more like it. Right, I can kind of see some type of left shoulder, head, shoulder close above. Now we're kind of talking. I like that much more than this to the left, right? So this is much better, right? We also have everything we still needed on the TDI. We got outside the band, which is over here, which again, when it's outside the band, it creates that outside structure, right? Notice how we have not gone below this point right here again.
Yeah.
This is the outside structure on the chart. And it's a dead giveaway because it is right here on the TDI. This is the main piece that's way outside the band. If you look over here, yeah, we got a little piece. little piece that's outside the band, but that's kind of nothing. And I say that because price didn't even touch the 200. I need both of them. I would have wanted to touch the 200 and be outside the band. Right. And then we got this little piece.
And just to confirm, Michael, so on to the left of the start of your fugly box there, that first big red leg down, that didn't count because it did not close below the 800. Is that right?
Well, no, not really, right. Because it didn't close below. You mean this big red candle?
Yeah. I just can't.
Yeah, so I wanted to do that, actually. So once we get the 5,200 cross and it runs up, I don't care where it runs to. I need price to come back to this 200, right? Though I'm more or less really not looking at the 800 here. I'm more or less looking at the 200. Yeah, because I want to see, remember, after the 5,200 cross, the next move is the W, half a bat, head and shoulders pattern. Anything except the V, right, off the 200, going back long. So this to me doesn't really matter. This just actually helped me out because it came quickly to the 200.
I got you.
Now, from there, the fact that we have this outside the band here, again, this created that outside structure for me. They really don't want to go lower than this price. But then over here, again, this doesn't really do anything because price is above. It hasn't touched the 200. Once we get over here, now we're kind of talking about something, right? If you're looking at the chart here on this left shoulder, that's fine. Right head here, you see it's outside of the band. It's little, very little, but if we zoom all the way in here, we can see that that little piece is outside the band. In addition to that, with the just barely, right? They've been really sneaky with this pair, to be honest. Like it's kind of been just holding this little level a little bit, right? But in addition to that, I just like this left shoulder head, which makes sense because we have this head outside the band. And then this last little piece where the shoulder comes in there. Market baseline has been gone below the static, so we've been had our reload. This looks good.
Yeah.
Right. That's like the only thing that's kind of a little. Oh, matter of fact, what is this? Yeah, so technically we shouldn't be in this, guys. Technically. And reason being is, if we look to the left here, the market, this is slightly below. Right, so kind of jumped the gun here, just to be completely honest. I shouldn't jump in this for another 30 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
We have no 4-hour confirmation. Yep, we have no 4-hour confirmation.
Well, we won't tell anybody. We won't tell on you.
That is nuts. Yeah. All right. Anyway, let's hope this stays up here so it can actually confirm. This is a perfect example of if this pulls back in the next 30 minutes and it does not confirm, you jumped in too early. It'll be a perfect example.
Yeah.
Right.
Will this be another potential Aussie dollar CPI lesson here in 30 minutes?
It could totally be there right about now.
Let's hope not. Totally. Fingers crossed.
We shall see.
Yep, that's what's happening right now. Yeah, I jumped the gun when I said I should have did how I just mentioned. I said, well, let me just jump in and then I'll explain it. See, I should have explained it first because then I would have saw that
and then jumped in.
Yeah.
Overexcited for the
accuracy. I still make mistakes to this day. Like to this day.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Right.
All good.
That's right.
And to be
watch it work out.
To be 100%. No. To be 100% honest, what you have to do is I have to close this. Yes, it's up slightly. I'll take this little $16, but just in case, I don't want to be in this and it pulls back. Right. I'll rather wait.
Mm-hmm. Richard, we made him feel bad.
No, I would have done that regardless. Seriously.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just picking.
I
that
know you
whole
would.
part
I know
of it.
you would.
This would have came down. This is just how it works. This would have came down and not confirmed. I'd have been like, ugh, I jumped the gun and I shouldn't have been in.
Awesome.
Yep.
Now I just got to wait for a better position once this closes.
Yep.
Even though this looks like this is going to be great, as I did that one time when I fat fingered it, you got to close the trade. You just have to do it.
Yep.
That's my go-to
Cool.
thing. We'll
Discipline.
have plenty of space to get in here, no matter what. Like even if we move this up to, let's say somewhere around here, if it closed, this is still 1 for 1.5. This is still nice.
All right.
Michael, let's return back to that directly after the news. It is time for the news segment brought to you guys by Coach Tiger. So please do stay tuned to all our viewers. We'll be back in just a little bit. Coach Tiger is going to run to the news studio that he's got there in his basement,
right,
and bring us all the news.
Under my Central Park apartment.
We'll be back soon.
All right. Well, good morning, traders. Welcome back to Forex Fire. It is Friday, TGIF. Great day by default. We've made it another week almost. It's going to be a fun day. Let's break down the key developments from yesterday's economic calendar and what's ahead for today. Keeping you locked in on the moves that matter. So the dollar finds a pulse, but for how long? The U.S. dollar is attempting a modest rebound early Friday after a rough week, but the upside remains fragile. The greenback got a slight boost from speculation that Fed Governor Christopher Waller could be a top contender to replace Fed Chair Jerome Powell as the next, Fed Chair Jerome Powell. According to Bloomberg, Trump's team was impressed with Waller in recent discussions, though no formal decision has been made just yet. Waller is a Trump appointee, and he has been vocal about lower rates. But markets see him as a credible figure who wouldn't radically disrupt the Fed policy. Meanwhile, Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic threw cold water on hopes for a September rate cut, warning about the inflationary risks of tariffs and suggesting that the Fed may only cut once in the second half of the year. The dollar's recovery is also being capped by weekly labor data. Jobless claims did raise to 226,000 last week, signaling cracks in the jobs market. With traders pricing in a 93% chance of a September cut, the dollar's rally may be short-lived unless today's speech from St. Louis Fed President Alberto Musalem shifts that narrative. The euro retreats as USD attempts a comeback. So the euro-USD pair pulled back from a one-week high above the 1.17 level, and it's now trading near the 1.1645 level as the dollar regains some footing. The euro's rally stalled amid some mixed signals from the ECB, with traders betting that the central bank will pause its easing cycle in September. That is an 87% odds, by the way. However, weak German data, industrial production fell 1.9% month over month, keeping pressure on the single currency. Loonie awaits jobs data. So will the BOC, the Bank of Canada, shift gears? Well, the dollar-Canada dollar currency pair is treading water around the 1.373 level ahead of Canada's July jobs report coming out here in a little while. Expectations are muted, 13,500 jobs added versus 83.1 thousand in June, with unemployment ticking up to 7%. A soft print could reinforce the Bank of Canada's cautious stance, but if the data surprises to the upside, then the loonie could extend its recent rebound. Gold holds firm amid tariff jitters and Fed cut bets. So XAU USD for gold is hovering near the $3,400 per troy ounce level, supported by safe haven demand as Trump's tariff threats loom large. The U.S. just slapped 50% tariffs on Indian imports, targeting, of course, the Russian oil purchases on behalf of India, and plans 100% levies on semiconductors and pharma soon. Meanwhile, China's central bank did buy some gold for the ninth straight month, adding to the bullish momentum. With the Fed's September cut nearly priced in, any dip in gold is likely to attract buyers. Like me, I'm waiting on it. Commodities and risk sentiment. Oil, WTI remains under pressure near the 62.9 level, heading for its worst week since June as global fears intensify. Trump's tariff and a potential meeting with President Vladimir Putin, which could impact Russian crude exports, are weighing on prices. However, a larger than expected draw in U.S. crude inventories, which was 3.029 million barrels, is offering some support. Moving over to equities, the Dow futures are up 0.14%, with semiconductor stocks outperforming after Trump clarified that his 100% chip tariffs will not apply to U.S. manufacturers. The pound holds gains after the Bank of England's tight vote. So the British pound, U.S. dollar currency pair is steady near the 1.345 level. That coming after the Bank of England's razor-thin 5-4 vote to cut rates by 25 basis points yesterday. The split vote, with one member even pushing for a 50 basis point cut, suggests further easing may not be a sure thing. Traders now see just 17 basis points of additional cuts this year, down from prior expectations. So just a key watch list for today. Again, we do have the Canadian employment data coming out, and I believe that was at, let me see here, 7:30 a.m. Central Standard Time, which would be, of course, 8:30 New York time. So a miss on that data could drag the loonie lower, so we'll just have to keep an eye on that. Again, Fed's Muslim speech, any hints on a September rate cut? We'll find out. Tariff developments. Trump's trade war escalation remains a wild card, as always. So I know it's easy to want to hold trades overnight, over the weekend. So just be careful on that. I know I'm closing all mine out before I get out of here for the day. So yeah, just be careful there. But just some final thoughts. The dollar's bounce is tentative. The Fed's next move is still the dominant theme, and gold remains, of course, the hedge of choice amid trade uncertainty. With volatility lurking, traders should stay nimble. And yeah, that's it for now. Stay tuned, and we'll be breaking down some more charts here. But yeah, just last thing, once more, 8:30 a.m. Central Time, Canada data for employment change, where they are expected to have a lower forecast on their employment change, and then a little bit higher on their unemployment rate. Previous number 6.9%. Today's forecast is 7%. If they're true, that's a little bit of mixed data for Canada, so we'll just have to check it out. But as always, be careful out there. Back to you, back in. We'll get into some more charts.
All right, we're back. Thank you, Coach Tiger.
Yeah.
As always.
Thank you. Yeah, good job.
Bye. Had to run fast.
You had to run fast. Yeah, up the stairs.
Yeah. You run so fast, we think that you're sitting in the same seat.
Yeah.
Maybe I am.
Maybe.
Did we want to elaborate, Michael, on Maya's question earlier about the trade times?
Oh yeah, good. Thank you for that. I totally forgot when I jumped in that trade down early. Sweet. So
just quickly, then I'll answer Christian's bias, my bias I have for gold afterwards. So please go ahead, Michael.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah. So, Maya, the cool thing, one of the great things about the markets is that it's beyond flexible, right? Like 24/5. You can, I can even draw it out on the screen here, right? Just for some visuals, right? As I'm sure you know, may or may not know, but the market is open 24/5, right? So 5 days a week, it's open. And it's open from Monday, really Sunday, right? With the Forex market, Sunday at 5 EST.
Yeah, here
right, to Friday.
Are you still there, Tiger?
Yeah, I'm here. He froze. Let's see here. No, it looks like we're still up. I was just checking the YouTube.
Christian,
got-
I'll definitely have a look at gold for you in just a moment. We're just experiencing a little bit of a tech issue there with Michael.
Yeah, just let him. Probably touch on your part there if you want.
Yeah, maybe let's switch my screen to my charts, and I'll quickly have a look at gold for you, Christian. Well, Michael is trying to get back there.
Yeah. We'll get back with you, Maya.
Can we switch to my charts, please? He's going to come back now right as I start.
Yeah. Hey, today was supposed to be the day my stuff messed up, remember? You were Monday, Michael was Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. Hey, don't jinx it, huh?
Don't jinx it. Knock on wood.
Christian, are you Dutch or South African? It's a very familiar name in these parts of the world. But anyways, to answer your question, my bias for gold today, I am bullish. You specifically asked about intraday type of bias, also bullish. But I am getting very weary that we might be running into the end of a fifth wave sequence pretty soon if we've not done that already. So at the very least, I would think that price could be gunning for yesterday's high, around 3409, depending which broker you're looking at. Let me just maybe highlight that. So give you a quick background of what we've done or I've done here is I've just been tracking this move to the upside. This is on a 1 hour time frame, could be on a 15-minute or whatever the case would be, right? And this is after the strong decline that we've seen on the 22nd of July that started there and ended here at the end of the month, right? So what I typically like to do is when a new sequence starts, try to figure out where you are within that sequence or those waves and see, do you have more bullish upside or bearish downside, depending on which direction you're tracking the sequence in, right? So then I'll also use market geometry to try and pinpoint areas that's of interest for me to get into trades. Christian, you're Slovenian. I could completely got that wrong. I do apologize. But what I try to do with the sequence is also, like I said, it's use market geometry to pinpoint areas, Elliott wave loosely applied, I would say, and also fair value gaps and those sort of things to determine where to enter. So what I've got here is basically just a channel from low to this low, which I believe was the second wave after that first one. So 1, a 2. So if I then drew a channel from low to that one, and again, using these specific points, assuming that they wave 1, wave 2, then when was it? I think it was earlier this week, guys. I was waiting for price to pull back into that very small area there, this little green one inside of this larger fair value gap, and boom, next move higher.
Boom.
This was basically what we call a baseline return. So this forms your baseline or your channel line from a first and second wave, and then typically third waves will extend out of that baseline and then pull back to the baseline and find support, which it did, and now we're moving higher. So I'm assuming that what we're seeing here is the fifth wave of the sequence to the upside, meaning that let me just get out my other tool, wave tool. Where's it gone here? That once this completes, now obviously I can't tell you exactly when that will happen. Maybe it's completed already, or maybe you want to punch a new high. Then I would assume that this sequence, not in the bigger picture, like, price is going to turn bearish for the rest of the year or whatever, but at least that this sequence is over, and then we could expect potential deeper decline. Okay. Again, not like a new bearish trend or anything like that. It's just basically a larger corrective structure to the downside. And that's how I figure out what my bias is. Also really interesting here, I've not done this before. If we copy and paste that channel, or the price has left the boundaries of the base channel. If we copy and paste it to the top there, yeah, I think there's pretty good evidence here that price is still even respecting the same angles to the upside. All right, so maybe if we do get another move higher, at least a break of 3409, or potentially a move to the upper side of this channel, around 3424, and then maybe a deeper decline. But it's also about watching how price action reacts when it reaches these areas. You see it's currently struggling to get through the center channel line over here. It reached it on the previous hour candle that sort of wicked above it a little bit, and it's now pulling slightly lower. So the question is now, and this is how I try to break things down, if this is a fifth wave, how is it structurally materializing? And any wave, for that matter, typically runs in 5 waves. Third waves are typically impulsive, and it's normally the longest wave in the sequence. You can clearly see that over here. Even here, if you really want to break this down, first wave, second wave, and then this being the third wave, we have 1 of 3, 2 of 3, 3 of 3. This was a triangle, 4th of 3, 5 of 3. Then the fourth, 5 waves for the third wave, then fourth and the fifth to complete the third. So it might sound all very technical, but believe me, I think once you do follow this quite often, it will be making a bit more sense. So I've got my fourth wave down here. That's the one we tracked live this week. And we had another move up. So long story short, I'm assuming that price has either ended in the fifth wave or that we have the potential for another punch higher. But if it does move higher from here, I'll be very cautious. Also going into the weekend, expecting that deeper decline to follow at some stage soon. All right, so again, I was just talking a lot here at the moment, but if this is a fifth wave of the sequence, then this very overlapping price behavior should work in 5 waves as well to complete the sequence. And you can see we got 1, 2, then we got 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 sort of formation. And what this could be pointing towards is potentially 3 waves for a 1, 3 waves for 2, and now still a third wave, or 3 waves again to complete the fifth. So it's the 3-3-3 combo, as they call it. So that might mean that we're not just done yet, or price is not done yet going up. But if I had to be dead honest with you, there is a possibility that the fourth potentially ended. It doesn't have to reach this upper channel line. Just for the sake of price being in a bullish trend currently, I would say bullish bias for the remainder of the day. But again, if price breaks that 3409 level, the previous day's high, yesterday's high, then I'll be very cautious on the long side. Okay. It's not to say price will reach the upper end of this channel again, but it will make a natural target, right? So you always try to assume what could happen, where price might move towards, but especially when you're dealing with fifth waves, just be wary that if they do end, price might move in the opposite direction pretty fast, and it might actually happen quite soon, in my opinion. Right, Christian, hopefully that helped you out. You're welcome. Happy Freaky Friday, traders. Hey, James, how's it going?
That's right. Coach Jay.
James with his pink hand, his favorite color.
Yep. Looked like it got smashed in a vice or something.
Yeah. Do we have your back, Michael?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm here. Not sure what that was about.
All good.
I was just saying I have no idea. Cool. That was I was just mentioning to Maya that she got 3 different sessions to really choose from. So not sure what time she goes to school. If she can post that in the chat, that'll probably help out a little bit, just to kind of see maybe when she has some time to carve out, not just from trading, but from studying, right? And looking and marking up charts, because that's huge too. A lot of traders think that it's all about, being able to trade, and not really. You you need to be able to get some homework in, and some chart time, you know. So yeah, Maya, if you can post that in the chat, we can kind of see. But yeah, guys, we're definitely going to take this trade in the next 9 minutes. It looks like the correct way this time, because then price we have confirmed above above this 4-hour chart. Because again, as I always mention, you need 4-hour confirmation. Now, I just want to point something out. The fact that this stayed up here and I could have had a better price is not the process, right? I got lucky by not being down, right? It was only 16 bucks. You know, maybe you could get 2 cups of coffee with that, but you know, that's basically zero for me. I should have never been in that, right? You need to, when you mess up and you think you might be in early, you got to close the trade. That's like one of my number one rules of thumb is you can't stay in the trade and cross your fingers and hope that it comes back. Hoping is not part of a trading plan. That's not going to do it. Trust me, you're going to end up down more than you're up. Yeah, do not do that.
The markets have hope, don't they? It's like a dog that senses that you're scared.
Exactly. And they know when to punish you. They know when to punish you. So it's much better to just get out, because right now, right, I feel much better that even happened. Yeah, even if I would have been down $16, right, it's still small. I'm still in this setup that I would have got my $16 back plus some, and I just would have, you know, been $16 less of what I would have got because I made a mistake. That's totally fine. The fact that I'm up $16 on this screw up does not count. What counts is the fact that I'm out of the trade, right? And I'm waiting for it to actually confirm. So very valuable lesson, guys. Like if you're paying attention,
you stole that. Like you stole that cup of coffee. So in other words, you didn't earn it. You stole it.
They said, hey, they said Mike, and I'm like, oh, they're looking at me like, you can just have this one. You can just have this one. That's what happened.
Michael looks like, all right. It was like Maya starts school at 8:30 a.m. So, you know.
8:30 a.m. Okay, what time zone is that? Do we know that?
UK, that's +1.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is UTC +1.
Yeah. So in that case, yeah, you might have a small struggle there, just to be totally honest, because you don't want to have to wake up like and try to catch this time, but you could, right? But you still got to get your study time in. Like I'd say, when you get out of school, kind of see what happened for the day. Make sure you're getting some chart time in. It's kind of like learning a language. When I first got here, everyone always asked me, when you moved to Mexico, did you just automatically learn Spanish? And I would laugh. I'm like, no, that's not how it works. I know people think that's how it works, and that's not how it works. When you get a lot of phrases and you know can speak a little bit better.
Maya, that's what I thought. So you're doing school run at that time, right? So you're not actually going to school yourself. You're just dropping your kids.
Oh, okay.
I do a lot of school runs myself. All the time. And soccer runs and this runs and music runs and all that. So yeah. Believe me, there's always enough time to find trades or opportunities to trade.
For sure. You got three sessions to choose from.
Yeah. And even if it's just the higher time frames, like
yeah, that's what I was going to get into, right? That was my next point. Even if you just decide to just trade higher time frames, which you know will be your second option, I would say. Maybe even your first. That might be a better option to do. Instead of trading that 15-minute and hourly, you might want to be looking at the 4-hour and the daily, right? Waiting for setups that way. It's always opportunity for sure.
Yeah, because you could probably just check your charts in the morning. Maybe throw in some limit orders, take your kiddos to school, whatever. Check your charts again at lunch and then check them after school. I mean, that's the beauty of the daily and the 4-hour chart, Maya, which is what I trade off of. I mean, thankfully, at this point in my life, I have the luxury of sitting on my charts all day, but I still prefer those time frames because, I don't really have to look at the chart, but every 4 hours when I'm trading on the 4 hours time frame. So, it's maybe just maybe start at some of the higher time frames, and if you get bored, maybe start dropping down until it starts affecting your kiddo's school and that kind of thing. So, higher to lower.
Yeah. Exactly. That's definitely what I would do, to be totally honest. Smartest thing to do, and it won't limit you either, right? And you can always read the tape. You can always go back and get some study time in whenever you have the time. So that's always good too. But yeah, just know it's not always about trading and like being active in the markets. You got to get that screen time in. Like you just have to. I always like to correlate it to, everyone always wonders like why Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan were some of the best basketball players. In my opinion, the best two basketball players to ever touch a basketball, right? Why they were so good. And they spent so much time reading tape that it will blow your mind, right? It will blow your mind how much time they actually spent just looking at old games, seeing what player, if they knew that they had a game coming up, what player what he has a tendency to do, what is that player really good at that he needs to watch out for? What does this player really suck at that he can kind of capitalize on? They were masters at that. And trading is a performance sport. I like to think of it as, right? So same thing. You got to get the chart time in to be able to see all of this stuff. So yeah, just make sure you're adding that to your repertoire for sure. Right. So cool. We're about to retake this trade, guys.
Okay.
Again.
2.5 minutes.
Right. Yeah, we still at the same stop.
Now you got the green light.
Yeah, we got the green light now. Exactly. So I do want to put this, let's see where this will put us at. I just want to put this below this swing. So around 0.55, right? 0.55. Yeah, somewhere around here. I want to put this below here. So let's just try this again, right? 0.55. All right, and let's move this down just a bit. I am still going to do the same exact thing I would have done, which is take this on a slight pullback. Now I'm going to pull this up just a little bit, and let's see if it pulls back to this area. This would be the next, I wouldn't say exactly natural bounce zone, but pretty close to it. This one is basically the entry right here, so I don't want to take it right here. I'd rather it pull back to this little area right here, and then I'll take it again. So this first one is still giving me a 1.45, but this second one looks like it'll give me that 2-for-1 I'm looking for. All right, so let's see what it does. 1 minute. 1 minute till takeoff. If this trade doesn't go on UF, I will be very surprised. It's like, I don't even know. This week was bland for me. Like,
Yeah.
Like, we have way more setups in the week than.
Sure. Absolutely.
Bland for me too. I got like
a
few cups of coffee this week, and that's it.
No, like I literally haven't taken a trade on my main account all week, guys. And that hasn't happened in a minute. I haven't taken a trade on my main accounts all week. So kind of weird a little bit. But here is that kickoff time. Let's see.
3, 2, 1.
Let's see this
ding, 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 ding.
There we go. So that's what I was looking for the first time. Right? And we'll see. Do I want to put a pending order on here? I think I do. Let's go ahead and put the pending order on. But before we do that, let's put our TP on. All right, so TP is at 81. I'm going to do 81.25. I like to front run this part just by a little bit. So 81.25. All right, cool. So we'll do 81.25 for the TP. 125. All right, boom. So that one's good. And cool. What is this second position? What do we want this bad boy at? Looks like it's at 70. I'll put it at 80.70. Just by a bit. So second position is at 80.70. Where's this UF? Okay, here we go. So let's do this. We're going to change this to a limit order. And 80.70. Yeah, let's see if we can't get that. 80.70. Right, stop loss is the same. Around 80.55. See, if I jump the gun right now and just jump in, it'll come back to my exact price. They're masters at that.
Of course.
Yeah, so I'm just put on my regular position, put my other half on, right? And then my TP is the same here at that 81.25. 81.25. All right, sweet. Wait. Yeah, 81.25. All right, cool. Oh, I just now noticed I only shared the. I just noticed I only shared the. I didn't share the entry. My bad. Anyway, we're in this at field prices at 85. So I got from 85 is where I actually got in at. On that first position I wasn't supposed to be in at, it was at 77. So what is that? 8 pip difference? 8 pip difference of insurance to know that is actually that you should actually be in the trade versus jumping the gun. Right? So let's see if this pulls up and gets us. I'll edit this just a little bit. To 70 and see if this works out. All right. It probably will, to be totally honest. Actually, you want to be around right here. All right. So 80.70, right? Is that order on right? 80.70. Yes, it is. All right, cool. Cool. Well, that'll do it. Let's see if this second position gets picked up. And this is what I mean also, guys. When I always say don't worry about the trade running away from you, it's going to pull back most of the times. Right? Now, it's 2 pips away from where I got into earlier. It's basically right at the same spot.
Yeah, Michael Quest has got a question there for you. Are you looking at approximately the 0.38 fib retracement on that big green cap?
No, so I'm not looking at any.
No.
Yeah, I'm not looking at any fibs at all.
Fibs.
Chris.
He's not a fib guy.
No fibs at all. No.
He tells fibs.
I have it on here, but I just like this is, as you can see, I'm in my like tools bar, but I don't look at it too much, to be honest. I just don't. I'm looking more for that market structure. Now, I would imagine that this probably is somewhere around that fib level. That's just how it works, but I don't really pay too much attention. I'm more or less looking at this market structure, which is this nice head and shoulders pattern off this 200. That's more or less what I'm looking for, right? This move here. I want to see it do something like that. Entry here obviously stops below this low and targeting these highs over here. Right? That's really all I'm looking for. And to be honest, I'm not even targeting that one. I really want to see this one. I always like to target the 80-yard high, which is this dotted line right here. So, and it looks like we're about to get picked up, ladies and gentlemen. Would love to see that.
Nice.
Would love to see that. Let's do it.
80, what was that? 80 what that you're trying to get in at? 80, 69?
80, 70. Yes.
87.
I got it at 70. Let's see if it picks it up. It's only a few pips away. Only a few away. Well, cool. Yeah, this is, once again, this is the rationale behind it. This trade hasn't gone anywhere. Like, if you guys remember, like I said last time, this V is not enough. You can't trade the V. So what they did was instead of giving you the V, they came back, gave you the head and shoulders pattern, right? And remember, I can't stress this enough. I literally mentioned 3 patterns that you can take: the head and the M or W, the head and shoulders, or the half a bat. You just can't take the V. Had you taken the V, look what would have happened. Nothing. And it came back and gave you a real setup off the 200.
Not a zip.
Right? Like, it didn't go anywhere. Yeah. That's not it. The V is not it. Again, that happens. That's the broke clock thing where, yeah, it'll do it twice, twice out of 10. But the better move is to wait for one of the other 3 setups.
Wait for it to shape up. Yeah.
Just wait. Be patient. Sit on your hands. If you jump in early on accident like I did, close the trade. Wait for it to set up the right way. That's it. Will you get a better entry? Yeah, but does it really matter? I would have got a 5 pip difference in entry, and I would have basically broken my rules, right? That was a quick correct. So always much smarter to do that. Because at the end of the day, had it went against you, you'd have been like, I knew I should have just closed it. Really?
Yeah. Now he can sleep good tonight with a clear conscience.
Yeah. And when this trade pops, right? Like I will say, let's say this trade goes and hits TP. I can easily, when I do my markup later and I do my journaling for this trade, I can say, yeah, Mike, don't forget to check the 4 hour, just take that extra second to check the 4 hour, make sure that they confirm. That would be something I would do to get better. But on the good side, what I would say, hey, great job closing the trade when you knew that you jumped in early. Like, great job with that, right? And you executed great after that. You know what I mean? So it's always about that. What happened today? What can I do better? What did I do wrong? How can I improve? So,
yeah, for sure.
Cool.
Oh, show.
Thanks, Michael. Chris says thank you. He gets it.
Of course.
In it. By the way, guys, just a quick reminder to everyone in the chat there. We will be giving away another 10K challenge account during this session. We generally do around about 6 a.m. Central mark. Maybe give us a shout out in the chat there if you've won before or you haven't won. If you haven't won, then today might be your lucky day. But again, if you need to be eligible for this by following the following steps. So backend can just quickly switch to the steps that you need to follow there. But I'll also just say it. Firstly, you need to subscribe to both Hola Prime and Hola Prime Global YouTube channels. So that's very important. Keep on, posting your comments in the chat there. And the third most important part is to actually link your email address to your YouTube bio so that we can actually get hold of you, reach you with that account details if you're today's winner. So do stay tuned. We'll be giving away a 10K challenge account during today's live session. So if you haven't done one before, then please do follow those steps and it might be your lucky day today to be eligible, is what I wanted to say. Christian, have you won before? I know Chris won before. I think
Chris has won.
Maya. Yeah, no sleeps narrator. Guys, if you want to win today's prize, you haven't won before, then please do follow those steps.
And if you have one, let us know how you're doing.
Right.
Yep, be interested to see how your trades are going so far. Low show. If there's anything we can look at for you.
Cool, Michael. So, are you done with your on your side there?
Yeah, I was really only looking at that, and yeah, I did just want to show this from yesterday. If you guys remember, we were looking at S&P to kind of go short. Yes, this made the move. However, this was not right. Right, like when I see this is like shoulder, head. Right, so this is like
some deformed.
This is a yeah. Now this is a real monster,
a little deformed,
right? So I kind of super deformed, right? So I really wanted this to pull back and like kind of actually give me a real shoulder over here, and it never did. And once again, look at it; it didn't go anywhere. As you held it, she'd be down a bit, right? So just want to show that. Of course, I will do my deep dive into the charts probably after the break. But yeah. Other than that, I know Tiger. Yesterday, you did the supply and demand like mini course, guys. If you want to throw up some charts, any random pair that we kind of don't go over, just to kind of have me mark it up.
We got Christian asking about US30. Are you on that already? Sorry, Michael. I do apologize.
What was that
already?
Oh, he's asking about US30 for you.
Yeah, Christian was asking about US30s. Is that why you're on there? Yeah, you're on it now.
No, I actually happened to go here. Funny enough.
Oh, I thought I wasn't listening. It's like, what's he on about? Anyway, good timing.
Yeah, I just happened to go. So yeah, we were looking at this yesterday, if you guys remember, but it was super close. Then this happened, this huge red candle after I got off the charts, and this wasn't right? Like this at this point, this is no longer a shoulder.
Oh, did we lose him again? Michael, I think we lost your video. We see your chart, though.
Elon Musk, fix his Starlink, please.
Yeah. There, I'll let him know.
Christian, he should be back soon. We just experienced some issues with his internet today. It does happen. We do apologize. Out of our control, unfortunately. But I see his chart moving. It's just not him talking.
Yeah. Yeah. We can.
He's probably talking to himself.
We can run to my charts for a little bit back end if you like, until Michael gets
back.
I can go over my two.
Yeah.
I can go over my two trades I'm looking at, or that I'm in, that I'm not honestly feeling too great about. Full transparency, but we'll at least take a look at them.
UK 100 trades also not really doing much. Anyways, back in, can we switch to Tiger's chart, please?
Move on over here to my little charts. My magnets aren't doing their job right now, but that's fine.
Chris,
you win some, you lose some.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Just let us know. Let us know how you're doing. But yeah, back in. Let's move to me.
Back in.
There we go. Okay, so I'm in two trades right now. Yeah, I'm in the Aussie dollar Swiss franc trade on a short sale, and then I'm also in a euro pound dollar on a long. Now, before I got into these trades yesterday morning, because they both came fairly quick, about an hour apart, I think. At the time, I was getting on this Aussie dollar Swiss franc, I was getting a bearish signal. So I was getting a -5 or less. I think it was right at -5. Well, let's see here. I'm just looking at my chart. Aussie Swiss. Yeah. So when I got in this sell, like I said, I was getting a bearish signal, but then of course the Switzerland came out sometime after talking about the fact that they weren't going to be retaliating with the tariffs, right? I don't know if anybody read that part or heard that part, but that was just a little bit of a tidbit of news that had come out. And so, yeah, essentially it kind of
on the Swiss franc.
Kind of,
on the,
yeah, Swiss
on
franc.
The Swiss.
Switzerland. Yeah, the Swiss National Bank. So it kind of made the price just go a little crazy here for a little while. But anyway, long story short, it kind of fell off into neutral territory again as far as my algorithm goes. So it would have been nice if it would have done it just before I pulled the trigger on the trade, but it is what it is. It's luck of the draw. So, but anyway, yeah, I was looking at this because I ended up short selling right here on this 4-hour supply zone candle after price was in this retail chop fest, like I put on there. So I was wanting to sell above value, right? When it comes to these retail zones, you guys know I like to buy under value, sell over value. So just going to the price action. I think I need to clone my magnet and make it a little stronger because it hit and then it kind of went down, but then it's retraced quite a bit. So yeah, we're gonna add a few more.
Tiger, have you seen the news story on Switzerland about the gold or extra gold tariffs on importing the 1 kilo gold bars into the US?
No, I haven't seen that.
That was released 3 hours ago. So I'll quickly read that for you. So the US hits 1 kilo gold bars with tariffs in a blow to refining hub in Switzerland. So they slap tariffs on imports of 1 kilo gold bars in a move that threatens to upend the global bullion market and deal a fresh blow to Switzerland, the world's largest refining hub. So yeah, just another knock there. Obviously, Switzerland relies probably a lot on that, right? So potentially
so
another reason why we... Yeah.
I don't want to say I'm giving up, but I've kind of thrown in the towel. I'm like, well, we'll just let it do its thing. But yeah, that sounds definitely like it's going to blitz through my stop loss, which is what it is. Right. No big deal.
And that's pretty recent. It happens. But who knows, huh? Who knows?
Right.
Who knows?
Yeah.
I found so many times if I go start messing around with the trade, price eventually goes in my direction. And that's the thing. Just left my stop where it was, So.
Yeah, that's the thing because, like, even when I'm shorting, obviously on a downtrend, so price has to retrace to go into my zones, whether I'm shorting or whether I'm buying long, right? I mean, if I'm in an uptrend, I'm not just going to buy. I have to wait for a temporary downtrend, right? So even though the news is obviously not so good for the Swiss franc, most people would think, oh, it's just going to go. In this case, it's going to go straight up, right? It's favoring the Aussie dollar, not favoring the Swiss franc. But price action ebbs and flows. An uptrend has to have retracements at some point. Profit taking. So, I can't remember who said it, but you definitely don't want to live in trading on hope, right? On hopium. So, even though I want this to go down, it's negative news for the Swiss franc. Well, it's still got to breathe at some point. So who knows? Maybe it'll breathe before it spikes through. We'll see. But either way, not a big deal. Small amount of risk on it. Moving on over to the euro pound. So that's the same thing. I was getting a bullish signal on this. And then, very shortly after I got in this trade, same thing happened. It moved to neutral territory. So, this one's only a few pips away from stopping out. But, I mean, I really, really like this area. This 1 hour demand, or actually, I guess that was 4 hour. No, that wasn't. Well, it was a 2 hour demand on the other chart. But anyway, 1 hour and then a smaller time frame. I had a little bit of confluence on the 30-minute. So I had a nice break. I had a nice bounce of it initially, and it was up pretty well at one point. About actually, Yeah, I guess. Okay. So it's just been going sideways. But yeah, either way, not really a whole lot to report on these two trades. They're probably going to be losses, but that's fine. I had that really nice winter last week, so it's going to be more than compensating for these two losses. Should that turn out the right way.
pretty
But I
large
feel
one.
pretty good. In an overall uptrend on a
Right.
daily, so I can't say that I did anything wrong. This is the trade I took, remember, last week. That was the perfect setup because I had that 4-hour zone. I had this retail chop zone, undervalue. So that's the trade I ended up winning. So big deal if I get a small loss on it. I think I honestly, I felt so good about it because it already had paid me once. In hindsight, if I could do it all over again, to be quite honest with you, what I would have probably done is went for, because of course I'm always learning too. I would have probably preferred taking this euro. Wait, not euro. I'm sorry. Yeah, this pound yen trade. This was another one I was watching. Now this is the one I was watching at the same time. So actually, that was about a 1-to-1. Came back though, would have blitzed through. So that one still would have stopped me out. I guess I was screwed either way. Now that I see it, but yeah. Look, if zones don't work out, you just keep supply zones or demand zones. You just keep moving up till one hits. I mean, obviously the best choice would be this one up here because it is the origin of a strong move downward. Anytime you're taking trades in this area, they're drop-based drops, which do work out pretty well time to time, but ultimately the best risk reward is catching it at the origin of the overall move, right? So it would be the rally-based drop. So rally-based drop. Those are the stronger ones. The drop-based drops, again, they do work time to time, drop, base, drop. But nothing beats getting in as cheaply as possible. I do have this other little zone here, but I just wanted to keep an eye on it just to kind of see what price does if and when it hits this little 15-minute job right here. But there's nothing special to write home about when it comes to the volume, so I'm pretty much going to ignore that. And yeah, at this point, as far as the pound Jap goes, assuming I stop out on the euro pound, then the next move would probably be all the way up here. Yeah. In fact, I need an alert in there. I got to put me an alert right there. Keep an eye on that one because on the pound Japanese yen, I am still getting a -9 bearish score. So I like it. I'm going to throw this one out till next Friday. Keep an eye on that. But yeah, I do like this one a little better. Now, it used to be at one point a little bit of a chop zone to the left, as you can see there. So, there comes a point where price action goes above, goes below, and kind of resets it, if you will. So, I could take a trade there, and I would probably just be a little lighter on the risk. Oh yeah, and that zone up there. So see, this was actually the best zone right here. If you look a little higher up, back in time, that zone right there worked out perfect on a 2-hour. Just looking at it on a 2-hour time frame. Great green candle before the big move down. So that actually was the better one. But at that point, it didn't really. I mean, I guess it did have an established lower low, lower high. Well, that would have been it right there. So yeah, it wasn't really 100% confirmed as far as the trend reverse, in my opinion, at that point. Not to mention the fact it was going sideways for a while. So, yeah, you just never know. I mean, again, supply and demand works great until it doesn't. Just like any trading method out there, right? So, a lot of times it works. When it doesn't work, I lose a little. When it works, like I did last week, that's when I just ride it up. That's when I turn into a scalper and just follow it up, trail stop. So yeah, no big deal. No big deal either way.
That's trading for you.
Yep, that is it. There are losses built into the system. Gold and silver is still on my bullish list, by the way, fellas. So gold is a 7, silver is a 5. Let's take a look at gold real quick. Okay, so with gold, that's my 4-hour. That looks to me kind of like a little bit of a sideways choppy fest. A little bit of a retail area, right? So I personally would like to stay the heck out of that area and buy undervalue. So I do have this 1 hour demand down here. So I'm definitely going to keep an eye on that. That's old news. I'm going to get rid of that one. Got my alert set there. I love that area because, again, I'm buying undervalue, under the retail fair value area. And on that zone, it's just beautiful candles coming up. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4 hours straight up, 4 1 hour candles with some pretty good volume down here. So I like that. That's good, strong. That's a good, strong look. So I kind of already drew that in, but yeah, just at this point, just give me a simple drop. Bounce with some bullish engulfing type of candle. Get a volume spike, and then that might be a pretty decent setup for the long side. So we'll keep an eye on that one for gold for sure. Now, honestly, and I think I pointed this out last week, I would honestly longer term just prefer if we would ever freaking beat, go past these highs up here, that this 1, 2, 3, 4, this 4-way top in action, right? I'd love to see price close up in this area. That's why I drew this projection tool at one point. I just would really like to start seeing some higher highs break out of this just junky congestion area we've had of late. Double top, triple top, quadruple top. What's going to happen? That's what that blue line, that's what that blue rectangle represents. Just kind of a little bit of just showing that quadruple top we got. So it's going to be real interesting to see what happens whenever we get up here. Are we going to make a quintuple top and go back down? Who knows? But yeah,
that's the question I have on my side as well, right? Is that a triangle that's incomplete, or are we actually going to break it? So time will tell, right?
Quite annoying. Yeah, it's quite annoying. But I have a play. If as long as it doesn't catch that top, either way, I'll probably still take this one. Yeah, love that demand zone candle. Love it. And it was there for 1 hour, so not a whole lot of time. Not a whole lot of time to be going through a whole bunch of filled orders. So I would see that as being some unfilled orders if we get return there. So that's essentially what I'm looking at on gold. As far as silver goes, it's little brother, gold's little brother. There's some of these older lines over here. We did have a daily zone at one point. Price jumped into it and it since bounced up. I didn't really actually kind of wick through a little bit. So, so long as somebody doesn't have a real tight stop, maybe a little bit looser of a stop, you might have been stayed in that trade. But if you had a tight stop loss, you might have gotten stopped out for a loss. So, but, looking at it over the last, how many days is that? Yeah, that's what I had in the news. So it's been up for 5 days, 6 days now. Well, this is where, since it's kind of confirmed the bounce, right? It's bounced up. It's kind of went over this supply area here, this daily supply, because that was a daily supply right there. When you wrap a rectangle around those two candles, that was a two candle basing action, right? When you're looking at supply zones, but it's went through. So clearly, this daily demand was strong enough. Even though it went pretty deep into it, it was strong enough to push through that daily supply. So since we know that that's pretty strong action, let's drill down to a smaller time frame on this leg. See if we can find something. See if we can find some action. So that's a 4 hour. Not really seeing what I would refer to as a demand. You kind of have this action down here. Let me turn all that off. So my algorithm is treating that. Okay, so this is a good thing to explain right here. Well, let me turn my drawing back on. So when we're looking at this, which was a daily demand at one point, right? So what happened when price returned? Well, on a 4 hour time frame, it created a demand zone within the daily demand zone. but it wasn't part of that. So what I'm getting at is because that was a daily demand zone and it's already hit and it's already bounced up, when that price action creates a new demand zone in that same area, as silly as this might sound, but I don't use those. I don't use them because that demand zone that was created is nothing more than a reaction from a previous demand zone. So again, when I'm looking for supply and demand zones, I prefer to find them on their own, out in the middle of nowhere. I don't like to see them being formed from a previous zone, because again, what's the point of a demand zone that has spent little time at the area? When it comes back, it's going to fill more of those orders. So at that point, there have been orders filled here at that point, and then the same point, just a future date. So in other words, I don't know if I'm explaining that right, but that really kind of negates that to me as a demand zone. I want that demand zone in a different area other than that range. So maybe further.
So you like
down,
new,
maybe further up.
demand zones.
New areas, yeah. I'll have to find a graphic.
Fresh
on that,
one.
something I can share.
Unmitigated.
Yeah, fresh.
Don't they call it unmitigated?
Yeah. Now, obviously, yeah, and you can look back in history and find, demand zones throughout all this price action, right? But of late, that's where I kind of negate that. So if this zone was created way further back in time, which obviously we're at all-time highs, but then that's a different story. But of late, that price action's already had a lot of orders filled. Twice. The first time it was created, and then the second time when it returned. So I hope I explained that okay. But yeah, just look for supply. I look for supply and demand zones out on an island, out on their own. Like right here, for an example, right? I mean, when you go to the left, well, it was a former support. If that were a former demand, I would ignore this. Just as an example.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, let's just climb the ladder on that leg. Let's see what we can find. Let me turn my goodies back on here.
Morning, Ash and
Okay,
Christopher. Dwaley. What's up, guys?
Hey,
Hey.
What's up, Ash? What's up, Chris?
What's up, Ash?
Welcome back.
Ash, you finished the laundry the other day, or you caught up in the trade?
Looking at silver at the moment, Ash. So yeah, I'm basically trying to find a spot in this leg. So you guys see this was a demand zone here. Price dropped in perfectly and just bounced right off. So that negates that one. Okay, this was a zone. That was a zone at one point. But price just wicked in perfectly, took orders, and ran off. So that's old news now. So I'm gonna delete that. Go down to 1 hour. Okay. That is created. That the algorithm says that's a demand, but the problem is I didn't get any price pushing out of it real fast. So I ignore those. I have to see a fair value gap of some sorts to show strength. So I ignore those types of zones when my algorithm spits them out at me. I don't care about those. So just going a little deeper, we do have this one here that's a little deeper, but I didn't really have any price. I didn't really have any good volume coming out of that. Volume spread analysis candles, right? We do have this one further down, but again, that's pretty well in that old zone. Now I'm gonna keep an eye on it just to see how it reacts, because these do work out from time to time. Just the probabilities. Again, I'm super picky, ladies and gentlemen. Super picky on these zones. I've just seen thousands and thousands of them, and I've kind of learned what works, what doesn't. So I still keep an eye on it, though, because if, at the end of the day, if I get price just drop in and just spike like crazy with a big, volume spread analysis candle that's red or yellow, it's like 2-3 times, the size of the relative recent candles, then, I'm no fool. I'll still take a stab at it. I just probably won't risk, but, partial risk or something like that. So we'll still keep an eye on it for a potential buy, just depending on what it does. Honestly, I would keep an eye on both of those. So I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna leave it like that. But anyway, that's silver. And again, the fundamentals, the positive fundamentals on this, the bullish fundamentals, make me feel a little more confident about, pulling the trigger on a smaller trade. So, okay, so that was silver. What else have I got over here?
I got like the same outlook.
I
If that means anything, Tiger, the same exact thing. Like pull back a little bit, and then go long. So yeah, same exact thing for me.
Yeah. Euro dollar, by the way, gents, is the only bullish currency pair I have. All the other ones are either neutral or bearish. So euro dollar's it. It's going to be a 7. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So we got a 7. So what was I looking at?
What's
so
the pound US dollar now?
Negative 2 or 3. Let me look. Oh, it's actually moved to a 1. So it's a positive 1 now. So yeah, neutral. Yeah. Yeah, that one was one of my most bearish ones, like on Monday, if you guys remember. But yeah, the pound has actually kind of recovered a little bit. It was one of the more bearish ones I had.
Bounced yesterday pretty hard, right after that news.
Yeah. It's at 50% now. So. Yeah, exactly. So that was part of it. So they had 4 dissenters. They had 4 people wanting to keep rates the same, and then 5 that ultimately won out to drop at the 25 basis. But also what helped the UK was Tuesday's services PMI. So their services PMI, that was a bullish number. They forecasted 51.2. They got 51.8 as an actual number. So yeah, between the PMI data and the dissenters on the governor's board, yeah, it was a good week for the British pound, which is another reason why my euro pound trade's not working out so hot, right?
Right.
Yeah, because I actually got into that trade before the rate decision, if I remember right. Yeah. I believe I did. Yeah. Got into it right before. So tis what it is. But anyway, yeah, back to euro dollar here. What we got? Got a higher time frame. A longer term uptrend. We did kind of pierce through a older supply zone up in this area. That's partly why we got this little move down. But just looking at it, we got euro dollar. So retail traders are net short this asset. So that's obviously a contrarian signal. The seasonality is positive for this pair. So is the trend. So is the GDP report. So is the CPI report. So is employment change, unemployment rate, and the interest rate. That all favors the euro over the dollar right now. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good fundamentals on this. And then again, we kind of rolled over week and a half ago and thought this thing was going to start going down, right? So could this, because here's your new lower high, and then here's your new lower low. That's the first lower high and the first lower low after all this uptrend. So it's looking like we're in nothing more than kind of a little state of confusion, right? Because just like we saw the U.S. dollar index, the Dixie, kind of trying to reverse to go up. I mean, it's basically the same thing as the euro dollar, only in reverse. So technically, I don't know. What do you guys think? Don't you think that looks more like it's trying to form a new downtrend when you're just looking at the technicals?
Yeah, it's retesting the area right now. It looks like.
Yeah. In fact, I need to draw that in on a daily. So you got the daily supply.
Break a structure.
Yep. And then it hasn't touched it yet, but it's gotten close. Right? Got real close to touching the daily supply. So, this is just kind of definitely probably something. If I get into a trade here, I would just keep it a small time frame, 5 or 15, because I can't in good conscience look at a 4-hour demand zone or supply zone and want to trade it knowing that we are technically by technicals in a beginning of a downtrend, but yet I have positive fundamentals. So I think my best bet on this personally would just be to try to trade something small term. 5-minute zone, 15-minute zone, probably nothing more than that. So yeah, just taking a look here. I mean, I believe, yeah, see, we had a little bit of a zone here, but this high didn't break this high. So I definitely wouldn't have taken a trade on that, but it still worked out. Yeah. Which means if I look in this area, there would probably be a zone on a 5-minute, but the problem is that was formed from the demand zone. So this can drive you nuts, especially when you get this deep into, qualifying or disqualifying zones. It could actually drive you crazy at times. But at the end of the day, you can't win. You can't win if you don't play, right? So
you got to be in it to win it.
I do like.
As I say,
I love the volume bar there. The volume bar coming out. So that'd be something where I just take a little scalpy type of look at it, something like this.
A scalping.
A scalping. It's a little 5-pip range, nothing too crazy. Got a little supply overhead here. That's the nearest one if you're looking at the 5 minutes. Color that red. So, might be just something to where you do a tiny amount of a risk to buy it and just close it before that does supply. I'll keep an eye on it.
Right.
Throw me a little alert on that area there. See what the next hour or so brings. Right. I'll just throw it out for a few hours. Just something to get in the game a little bit. I mean, for those that like fun fibs, I mean, that looks like about I guess it is a little deeper than the 61.8. But okay, so this is something I need to do a little more. Need to write down. But when you're looking at small time frames, there is another Fibonacci method, and it's called the kill zone, and it utilizes the 71 and 88% retracements, which is right at where that's at. So I don't want to open my mouth and talk about that yet, just because I need to kind of review it. It's been a while since I've used that method, but there is a method whereby the 71 and 88 comes into use for some of the smaller time frames. So yeah, I may rely on that method to possibly get into that trade. So we'll see. We'll see. What else I got here, fellas? Nikkei. So Nikkei and Nasdaq's on a 5. Nikkei is my strongest bullish asset, by the way. It's giving me a 9. So we'll take a quick look at Nikkei. If you guys have anything, just jump in. But Nikkei. So we're at this recent resistance point right now. So definitely want a retracement on this market. Don't want to be buying anywhere here. Be buying over you. What's that?
I'm super sorry to interrupt you there, but we've just got news from the back end that we're going to be introducing during the Forex Fire session more often what we're going to be calling the Laugh Out Loud time segment, which is about 10-15 minutes or so. It's just a nice interactive, funny time that we want to introduce, a bit more light-hearted action between us as well as our viewers. So please keep a close eye on the screen there. It's going to be starting momentarily when our support team sticks that on. And let's check it out, guys, see what this is all about and have a bit of fun. And then we'll be, jumping back into your charts slightly after that.
Yeah, that was what
Let's
time
do
again?
it.
What have we got here?
Guys, as far as I understand, you can actually go and scan that QR code there to all our viewers if you want to participate in what's about to happen. Do apologize. The first time we're doing it during the Forex Fire session, so let's see what this is all about. I believe the guys from the future sessions already done this, right, Tiger? I think you know about this.
Yeah, I
We've seen
saw
it,
them.
so
I
they had
saw it for
great
just
fun.
a
I'm sure we
brief
will
moment.
as well. So, guys, if you want to participate, please do scan that QR code there on your screen to participate. Let's play some games.
Yeah, let's do that. So everybody grab your phone, scan the code. You scan it, and then there's a little check mark or a thumbs up. You just click on it. And it says you're all set.
Mm-hmm.
And then Chris, I'll get to dollar CAD after our break, right away. So everybody, pull out your phone, scan that code, and is there going to be some questions? I think we're going to be picking some answers. Is that how this works?
Oh, it's supposed to be a surprise, so let's see.
Surprise! Let's see what we got here.
Let's see.
And okay. Waiting for presenter.
Cool. Looks like we are starting.
Back end, we'll play a video.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
What?
So funny. But you got the little digital character on your phone.
Right.
There we go. Bit of a poll. Can NFT be a real thing anymore? Or NFTs? Yeah, rich people get bored easily. I do agree. Not with Gen AI in place, and only if it comes
We
with
need
a
somewhere
free
to spend the
lifetime
money.
challenge account. Oh, that's pretty well done back in. I'm not sure how you did that, but that wasn't an actual episode, was it? Wow. I really enjoyed that.
The
That's
South
cool.
Park. Must be the writers of South Park, huh?
Yeah.
That is so true, though. It's just crazy. I still don't understand the NFTs. Like, I hear people talking about them, but it just seemed like I don't know.
You know what it
just a here
stands
a minute
for, Coach Tiger?
Non-fungible
NFTs.
token.
What does it stand for? There we go.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Bored Ape craze? Well, there was a lot of crazies,
Yeah.
but
Yes.
the Bored Ape one especially was pretty crazy. I wonder if they actually
especially
have
with
some sort of value still, some of them, right?
Especially like all
That
the
was the next
question,
celebrities.
guys.
Celebrities and professional athletes were all talking about them, and they were talking about spending like hundreds of thousands of dollars on these things or something. It's
Yeah.
I don't know. I couldn't understand it. If you have
Just
to add
because
the
you're a
NFT
celebrity
print in
doesn't
your
necessarily
bedroom,
make you less gullible, right? So the next question,
right,
if you have
which one?
the NFT print in your bedroom, which one would it be? All right,
What?
2 votes for the walking laughter. Feet lickers getting
That's
none, and Mr. Legface none either. 4 votes,
Yeah.
walking laughter. Yeah, the others would just
Gotta
be a
laugh.
little bit disgusting, right? Feet licker.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For sure.
yeah. If anybody selects feet liquor, I don't know.
We got some-
we
Probably
got
got some
please don't.
tips or something.
Secretly, Michael
Walking
wants to do the feet licker, but he won't tell us.
Yeah.
Please. I'm not a geek at all.
We'll see if
Me
anybody
neither,
has
me neither.
fetishes in here.
I'm with Tiger. This whole
You
thing
guys
is
can make a
just
lot of money
slow.
these days with selling feet pics, right?
You can.
That's another
You
crazy
can.
one.
The OnlyFans, all those types of places. And there's people that make a lot of money doing that. I've heard. Coin a name for this NFT. Dazed and confused.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't that Bored Ape? The hippie
Yeah,
Bored Ape.
that's it, isn't it?
Psychedelic Bored
I
Ape.
think
Right. Ayahuasca ape.
Ayahuasca
Oh my
Ape. That's a good one.
I'm not gonna lie,
Magic
that does
mushroom.
sound like a
Dazed and confused
sound
ape.
conky
Conky
dong.
dong.
Hippie life, lady.
Oh my goodness. Hippie lady. Conky dong.
Conky dong.
Oh my goodness, that's funny.
I don't know who said that, but that's beautiful. That's perfect. That's the perfect name. Gosh. Well, at least he has white teeth, or she, or Ed, or whatever.
Tiger at the weekend. Yep. Yep.
Hey, kratom's as far as I go. I don't do anything above that. I can't do that I can't do the crazy stuff. It'll knock me out and go to sleep. I skip the munchie phase, fellas. I just go straight to drooling on myself. Go right to bed. No, I can't do it. Yeah, Conky Dong wins. That's hilarious.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
That is funny.
Oh my gosh. Can't wait to screenshot that later for my Facebook. If Hola Prime.
That went back. I think what was the question? The next one. Hola Prime was an NFT. What would be the name of
Brought a
it?
tear to my eye.
Well, that's funny.
Did it go back to the other question there?
What?
Go back to that next one. Oh, so I can take a screenshot. That's fine. No, I'll go back and screenshot it later. That's fine. Yeah, there you go.
I'll just screenshot it for you.
Name of TV.
Oh my.
Hola Prime launched the NFT collection. What would the name of our first NFT be?
How about Forex Dumpster? Oh, here we go. I got one.
Yeah, that's a good one. Any guesses, guys?
I just sent you one.
Forex Dumpster Fire. Hola, hola.
Hola, hola.
Off the rails, right? Yeah, that's great. What's some others?
Forex
Dumpster Fire.
Oh,
That's so
man,
good.
straight out of ideas.
I guess we'll have to get, who is it? Somebody, which coach was it? One of the other Pauls said that they know how to make the NFTs. Oh, what was it? Not Paul. I'm blanking on the name, but they were talking about all the fart coin and the everything crazy coin, right? And I said, well, I need a tiger coin. Because I looked, I didn't see one.
No, we talked about that. Remember, I can create you one.
Yeah.
If you want to.
Oh, you're the one that said that. Okay, that's right. Yeah, we gotta get that rolling.
We can do that on the Solana network for you, no problem. Very quick.
Gosh.
Actually, launch it live, so it's actually tradable, right? So
you send me down that rabbit hole, I'm likely to get lost.
MRT rocks.
That works. Yeah,
for example,
that works.
Forex Fire.
MRT rocks. Hola, hola.
MRT. Oh, for our initials. Yeah, that works. That works. Yeah, I'd probably get lost. That's why I haven't went out and bought a PlayStation, because I know I'll get lost in a rabbit hole playing home run derby all the time.
Yeah, end up staying up later in the evening.
Just want a new PlayStation. PlayStation.
Yes.
Meme time, guys. Bring it up. Bring it up. Bring it on. Oh my goodness.
He actually had to take the time to learn that.
Even the feet's waving in the wind.
Oh my gosh. Some people have too much time on their hands.
Yes, even the outfit.
That is
even the detail of where his hair is out. they're probably watching a TV. Somebody's probably got a monitor off to the side. Here, follow this.
You know, this almost looks like it's in South Africa. So I recognize this
Gosh.
Some people have too much time on their hands, that's for sure. Probably get like 1 million views, right?
Yeah, that's the funny thing. The silliest thing, Where's the cigarette butts in? You know what that is? A cigarette butt?
That's Michael after a weekend of tequila.
Yeah, that's Michael after this is agave plant.
Yeah.
It stirs up his tequila.
This guy is insane.
He's on something.
So you can't own the
Lord
precious
of the NFTs.
physically, but you can pay to have your name listed as its owner in an online distributed database, Lord of the NFTs.
All right, Lord of the
Oh my
NFTs. So true.
From the Lord of the Rings, I'm assuming. Yeah. Can't find NFTs.
Yeah.
He's got his priorities in line.
Right.
Yep.
He's
There
in
we go.
so many
Even the
memes,
celebrities,
too.
like you say, fell for this.
He is.
Yeah.
That is,
He is.
oh, dear.
Robert Downey
I
Jr.
can't think of his name. Robert Downey Jr. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's probably he's
Iron
he takes
Man.
the
Iron
stock,
Man.
he's in so-
Yeah. Iron Man. What I think NFT collectors look for in crypto.
Oh dear,
Actually,
that's
so-
so true. The more
Yeah,
random,
it
the
is
more
so
crazy,
true.
the more high the price.
It is.
It's just like It's just like that Minecraft game the kids are playing these days. Like they're going backwards. Like that's the kind of stuff we had on the old Nintendo back in the late '80s and early '90s, and everything's gotten better. And then they go
I don't
back
know if you
to
know
it.
about Roblox. It's quite big too.
Roblox, yeah.
2 seconds after minting an NFT. Way Lambo. Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah, because they're getting rich overnight, quote unquote, just for a piece of digital artwork.
Bored apes.
I can't
The
understand.
real bored apes. The orang-utans.
Me neither.
Lambo. I don't get it. Again, that's a rabbit hole I have not went down.
Oh, I bought a few during the craze and actually sold them and made a bit of money out of it, just to, for giggles.
If I can't, yeah, like at least the currents. Oh, here we go. Hey, listen.
Jeez, I was almost crying on
Yeah,
the
I've seen
previous
this. Yeah. So this
Yeah.
this is I actually posted this before, but it said, "Hey, listen, I quit." He showed me his Forex thing. I've seen this before.
Yeah.
one. All right.
Oh,
This
nice.
is like a generic one, and they just changed the words around.
Yeah.
That'll be 183.
Whatever, yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, trying to explain that to my parents or even like friends, what NFTs are. And the thing is, if people
Yeah.
don't get it and they don't understand the value of it, then it's never going to take off.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Christian saying, by the way, his first Hola NFT could be named Hola Mutation.
Yeah. There we go. Liability dead. Recent value. Unique.
What?
Debt.
46 minutes.
46 minutes.
Yeah. See, I just.
Yeah, 46 years, that's right. He's a cool monkey, yep.
I mean, it makes sense. The herd mentality, right? The herd mentality dictates
Right.
the value of a dollar, the value of any currency. So they're just doing the same thing with a digital product, just like Bitcoin. I mean, similar concept, but obviously, Yeah, but this is unlimited, right? The NFTs, like, well, I mean, I guess you got the one. I guess that's the thing. You got the one
Sometimes
unique
they would have released
style.
like let's say 1,000 of them or something like that. That of just like a print, for example. Then you'll
Yeah.
have the sole ownership, pretty
Yeah.
much, and then
So
you
it's the
can
one.
go view them in certain wallets. Get like a like a blockchain type of address. But that was really cool, guys. Awesome, well done,
Yeah,
well done,
fun.
again.
Yeah,
I would like to
appreciate
do
that.
that again. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's fun.
Awesome.
That was a
super
good
crazy.
time.
The views, I think there were a few giggles there. That was really cool. We should
Yep.
do that again. Hands up in the chat there if you think this was cool, guys.
Yeah, let us know.
All right.
Awesome.
Let us know.
Cool.
Good way to break it up.
We've also reached midway, or just after midway of our morning session, so we'll be going on a little bit of a break. We'll be back shortly after, around about 15 minutes from now. And just a quick note again, we'll also be giving away another 10K challenge account. And we'll let you know when, but again, follow those steps required for you to be eligible. If you haven't won yet, you might be the lucky winner today. We'll see you guys very, very soon. Just going to grab something to munch down on, something to drink, and we'll be back shortly.
Yeah, we won't be giving away any NFTs.
No NFTs, no. Real
No
accounts.
NFTs. Just
A real challenge
just a
account.
real account.
There we go.
All right.
All right. Back in a few.
I can talk.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Hola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts.
See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game.
I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning, but every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too.
This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill.
Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am, not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Richard. I'm one of the coaches from Hola Prime. Join me as I take you behind the scenes on a little tour of what I like to get up to on a daily basis and beyond charts. I started trading 16 years ago, but through persistence and a very high level of dedication, I got to learn 3 invaluable lessons through my career. That trading should be treated as a business. It's really not a game. Consistent profitability demands effort, and there's really no shortcuts or any way around. And especially risk management, which isn't, it's part of your survival as a trader. You see, early on I realized that success in trading is only 20% strategy and 80% mindset and emotion. Now, as a coach at Hola Prime, my focus is very simple. Helping traders build systems with an edge, cultivating the discipline and focus needed to execute them consistently. You see, guys, the markets doesn't care about you. It will humble you if you let your pride override rules and reward you when you execute your plan without fear or hesitation. As a trader, I like to get outdoors as much as possible. Really try to strike a balance between trading and also leading a healthy lifestyle. Leading a healthy lifestyle for me could be anything. Hiking, I love swimming as well. Today is not really the weather to go and swim, but I will take the dog out for a walk. Really trying to force healthy habits so I can stay focused when I really need to, when I'm behind the charts, and all the stresses that comes with it. As getting outdoors really helps relieve those stress and it helps me personally keep focused as much as possible. In my spare time, I like to play league darts with my trainers. And just as in training, skills and practice is everything. And that's a wrap, guys. Look behind the scene of who I am, what I do every day, beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon. Take care.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
My name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Hola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years, though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money. So I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give me these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff, but compete in national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them, so bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, okay? The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like I say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Hola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets. and I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading as well, as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realised it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process, how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do.
But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors.
So that's my deal. What's yours? Hopefully we'll see you for a coaching session soon where we can level up your skills one profitable trade at a time. I'm going to place a trade.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs at the beginning, and it took me, I would say, almost 10 years before I could actually call myself a trader. Personally, I like to travel. I like to go to different places, see different cultures, meet new people. I also like a good spa day, you know, just sit there by a pool, relax, get a massage. You know, you can see from the screens behind me, it's just a lot of stress, a lot of digits, a lot of moving, a lot of fast moving markets. You can't spend your whole day in front of a screen. You will burn out, and sadly, you probably won't be as successful as if you just relaxed a bit more.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own and about 25 years before that, even with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method, it's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super, super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day, literally overnight, but it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Hola traders and coaches, welcome back. Welcome back.
We are back.
Hola.
Did you manage to fill the empty voids? Grab a cup of coffee?
Yeah. Got back into the granola bars. I went 3 days without them, so wasn't sick of them anymore.
Nice.
I had the lunch that I forgot yesterday, remember?
Did you get so it's there on time this time? Oh, you normally bring it.
The one I forgot yesterday.
Yep. Good deal. That way you don't have to be hangry for the last 2 hours.
Right.
Yeah, it was quite tough. Sitting here being hangry. I've got a Snickers bar as well on the side here if that ever happens again in emergency.
Yeah.
Wise.
Well, I did get in
Wise.
I did, Michael. I did get in a dollar Swiss on the way up after it bounced into a little zone.
Stop playing. Are me and you in the same trade going long right now?
Yeah, because because I bought it off the 10-minute demand bounce.
Right.
Demand zone. Right there at the what was that zone? That was the 0.8073. That's where I ended up getting in.
You got a nice at 73.
Yeah. Or I should say, I'm sorry. That's where the zone started. So 0.8074 actually. With a
cool.
0.8, yeah, just a little 4-pip range, nothing too big, but going in my favor so far.
Nice. That's literally exactly where the 13 EMA is for me. Like that's a great pullback zone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I think I got to salvage a little bit because my euro pound ended up losing. So I'm trying to salvage, you know what I mean? Dampen the loss a little bit by some of these little shorter term scalps. So that one's looking good at the moment.
Nice. Let's get to some of the comments that we might have missed. On chain, was asking about have you talked about the NQ yet? We haven't. I can definitely still show you that if you want to. On chain, Ollie, you still with us?
Yeah.
And some cool comments there from Christian. Great engaging from all of us. Yeah, we'll definitely try to keep it up, that's for sure. Moses says cool stuff.
Yeah. Okay, still here.
Sure. Right. I can maybe switch to my charts, please, if you don't mind, guys. Let's talk NASDAQ quickly.
Nazi.
Right, I'm actually looking at the Nazi. Intraday, I've not really much to add. I mean, price is just, continues moving up and up and up. I don't know if you've seen this chart before, though, Ollie, on-chain Ollie. It is a very long-range chart, monthly time frame. Again, using some of my market geometry techniques. And basically just got all the chart data that's available to me. It's on the actual futures contract, the NASDAQ continuous contract. And simply just drew a pitchfork, right? You can see how well price has been contained within this pitchfork. I mean, just look at that. Just bullish as can be, right? Obviously, there was some pullbacks, recession time, that sort of stuff. But where can we go next since we are still up in the sky? Market geometry might still give us a good clue as to where price might potentially go to, and in this case potentially find some resistance. Okay, I'm not even going to try to do phase analysis or wave analysis here. There's a lot of guys that's been counting this, and there's some paid subscriptions that you can go and get that goes into elite wave analysis big time. Labeling this as a 1, 2, this is a 3, a 4, and potentially heading up in a 5. That is just, I don't know. I don't know if I believe that sort of stuff. I for me personally, doing elite wave analysis, applying it to corrective structures or much shorter time frames works way better for me. Trying to figure out where you are in the phases and such a big time scale is, for me, I don't know, a waste of time. There are so many of these subscriptions, and I'm not going to call names, that's been calling tops now for I don't know how long. And you know how that goes, right? Trying to pick the tops and bottoms, whatever analysis you're using is like, it's a bit of a bummer. It's not going to work out. More than often, it doesn't work out at all. So I'm looking at the NASDAQ here to potentially reach this upper red warning line. Again, this is on a monthly time frame. And, it might seem like it's really, really far away, but, I mean, if you have a month like this, for example, come on, why don't you select something like that? That happened in April this year, right? Just looking at the range. then from where price is currently, you could easily reach it within a month's time, right? Maybe even this month. Who knows? So I'm looking at the zone, and I've determined the zone with the lower level around about 25,198 and the upper level around 28,314. Now, I've also got a different angle pitchfork in the shape of a shift pitchfork. If I have to apply that to the chart, hide away the Alan Andrews pitchfork, then you can also see that this pitchfork setting, using the same anchor points as I did with the standard pitchfork, also worked really well. Price has left the boundaries of this lower pitchfork, but what you can do, and this is a really cool tip if you want to use pitchfork analysis, is the 3 most prominent points that kicks off a new trend, whether it's bullish or bearish, are typically used to draw your pitchforks. Now, when price actually, let's say, leaves the boundaries of your upper and lower pitchfork lines, then it's always a good idea to either use a different setting or stick with the same setting and copy and paste like I did here, the lower pitchfork, and then just, paste it on top of each other like it did over here. And I think there's enough evidence here visually to see how well, price respected these. Support, 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 break support, break support, 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 and so on and so forth. And even this decline that ended in April, support. Right, so now where's price heading? Maybe to this upper red warning line of this setting, which is obviously lower than the standard one, which is why I drew that 25,198 level there, right? So this zone that you're seeing here basically just encompasses both of the settings, and that's how I did it, right? And very often when price hits a red warning line, you often get a pretty strong decline or resistance. Right, am I saying that we're going to see a hell of a bear market unfold? I wouldn't say that, but I think at least a decent size corrective should lower, right? Again, this might be wrong. Price might be hugging this line for ages and maybe even more years and keep going higher and higher and higher. But for now, that's what I have to work with. Look, even where price crossed between these different angles and different settings is where we had this low in April, and price continued higher. So this is quite often what I'll do on higher time frames. Give me obviously an idea, especially when price is up in space, at all-time highs all the time, where might price be going towards? And I think market geometry can, in many cases, give you a very good idea where price might gravitate towards, where, for example, like I did with this zone, the next areas of resistance might be. Now, on the daily time frame, let me just get rid of all of these. There we go. There we go. Where we go? Probably still up again. Probably all-time highs again. It's just non-stop. I think anyone that is not day trading and actually has the skills to short the indices, the US indices, that is, can obviously make money either to the downside or upside. But I think you'll soon find out that it's very short-lived, right? Before the next trend higher starts again. So where might we be heading today? Just using those anchor points, see what a standard pitchfork would look like. Again, it's a very visual tool. You quite often want to keep your price action within the confines of your pitchforks. Here it's been leaving it a little bit. So I'll probably stick with a shift pitchfork, which is my favorite setting. Modified pitchfork in this case, works even better. So once you've decided on visually which setting you want to use, just like I did here now, for example, on a 15-minute time frame. Although this occurred in the past, you didn't trade this maybe. I've only drawn this pitchfork right now. what is very important is to look back at these pitchfork lines and look, did price actually find support and resistance at them? And you can see multiple times that it did at this high on Thursday, yesterday. Hit it, decline. And now we what we call vibrating around the center median line of this pitchfork. And for trades daily, for me, it's quite important to use something like market geometry, not just to determine price action, but also not rather trying to just come up with bias of where price is going to, but rather sit back and watch what price is doing. What's it telling you? Currently, let's get rid of that magnet. It's bumping against the center median line and not breaking through it. So let's say you're looking at a 15-minute time frame and your next move higher breaks and closes, not wicks, closes above the center median line. Then you can say, like, cool, my bias is bullish. Where towards? Maybe yesterday's high, or to this 50% dash median line, or if you want to have a longer term trade, maybe back up to the upper median line over there. That'll be, for me, a little bit of an aggressive type entry. Maybe the best thing would to wait for price to break above, maybe then retest. Now we should get rid of that silly drawing I've made there. Like you would with a lot of patterns, right? You wait for confirmation, retest. Since this now, like horizontal levels, was resistance before, this is angular resistance at the moment. It could now turn into angular support and then trade like that, right? So that's how I will use market geometry. Nasdaq still very bullish until prices get into that zone, right? Again, price might on the higher time frame give us a larger pullback in the middle of nowhere either. But I think for me personally, it's the only technique that I've got to my disposal at the moment that can sort of give me a good idea as to where price might be heading towards.
Nice.
On-chain, Ollie says, that's great. Thanks, Richard. You're welcome. From an intraday perspective, I was small pullback to around 23,464 before continuing back. Are you looking at the CFDs or are you looking at futures on-chain, Ollie? Because they will be priced differently.
Right on. I think we hit
23,464. 23,464. Yes. Okay, I'm looking at the continuous here, and it's delayed data since I'm trading the CFD side of things. I can't trade futures, obviously. But where price is currently, it's around about that level, right? 23,464. Oh, sorry, that's way lower. I'm looking at the fives here. You're talking all the way down here. What time frame are you on? You're looking at a fair value gap. 4 hour. Which time frame are you looking at? There's one here that's been mitigated, it's already been tested. It was back Wednesday this week, right? Yeah. So, I mean, if that is a level, sorry, because I'm just using a different, probably not the front month contract, but a continuous contract might also be different. Yeah, I mean, that is on the market geometry side, an area that acted as or level or angular support area that could potentially be of interest. Is looking at the 1 hour. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's a beautiful one there. Nice. You're looking at this?
Mm-hmm. He said.
Let's make it a green.
And NQ is still giving a bullish score of a 5, keep in mind. So The fundamentals are lining up
8
for it.
p.m. UK time yesterday. That formed probably around that time, right? I'm on Eastern Standard Time at the moment. But that's the only one I see on the 1 hour at the moment. That's the one, right? They do stand out. Oh, that'll be a perfect entry. For me, at least, also look at what other traders are looking at. If we get a deeper pullback here, we're at a 50%, assuming we don't punch a new high and move lower from here. 0.618, but that's sort of at the lower end of it.
63.
We got a lot going on there. What I like to do also is, let's say I go down to a smaller time frame, like 15 minute. Let's say these current highs is trying to break above that center line. It fails to break the highs of yesterday, these highs over here, and continues lower. Then very simply put, I'll just use a pitchfork sloping downwards. Magnet mode on. And do something like that, And with corrections, I always use shift pitchforks. It's a little bit horizontal at the moment. But you could also, if we get a very strong decline, switch to original, like that, right? It slopes more, the steeper angle, lower. And if this is the area you're interested in, you wait for price, obviously, to get there. And while it's doing that, play around with your pitchfork settings. And soon you'll find a setting that you see prices starting to react towards or to one of these lines, right? Let's say you decide on this. Price is like stopping in the middle of nowhere and it's not really respecting this line. Change the setting to a shift. I would not really do the modified shift in a decline. But once it does things like this, for example, boom. And remember, you only want to trade here. That's your area of interest. Then you want to start, before price gets there, you want to start messing around with the pitchfork to see which angle is price respecting the most, right? And then you want to look at where there's confluence between, let's say, the area you're interested in trading. Is it in your fair value gap? And is the angle that's actually containing the price action to the upside, because you are actually bullish, you leave that on the chart, is there in areas where you get crosses, right? So confluence, very important, right? So let's say there's a confluence point here. It's not really easy to see, but it's in that fair value gap. Price is respecting this setting really, really well, and it's been moving lower, and it's in your fair value gap area. A little bit of extra, how can I say, backup might be there where those two areas cross. I don't know if that's really clear. Maybe I should just make this a little bit lighter. So that, right? And that's what I did with that gold setup the other day, right? Where price pulled into where I assumed the fourth wave might end. I've actually missed my target spot a little bit, but close enough. I'll take it. But anyway, that's what I'm seeing on the Nasdaq on chain, Ollie. I hope that helps you out.
Yeah.
And just a quick reminder, guys, we will be giving away that challenge account. So that's in about 20 minutes from now, right? So please, if you haven't done so already, please go follow those steps if you want to be eligible for that prize. So you've got to subscribe to both Hola Prime TV and Global YouTube accounts. Make sure that your email address is linked to your YouTube bio so we can actually get hold of you. I know a lot of you guys have been commenting already, so thanks for that. And guys, do stay tuned. We'll be announcing around about the 6 a.m. Central mark, which is, again, about 20 minutes from now, a little bit less, 18 minutes or so, right? So if you want to win that prize and you haven't won already, then please do stay tuned and please make sure you go follow those tips. Important, very important that you drop your email address to any YouTube buyers so we can actually reach out to you with your account details to get you all set up. Okay.
Right on. So we had a couple questions on dollar Canada dollar and dollar Japanese yen. So want me to jump on my chart and just go over those real quick?
See,
Rich. See. Back in, go ahead and pop on over to El Tigre. And I'll take a quick look at dollar CAD and dollar Jap. Oh, okay. So I was looking at dollar Canada dollar earlier when Chris had mentioned it. And yeah, it kind of reminds me a little bit of when I went over the dollar South African rand yesterday. So we had the move up. We had
Interesting enough, yeah.
Move down. Yeah, so just looking at this from a top-down approach, the weekly time frame, I got my swing low. Oh, wait, I used the wrong one. I'm sorry. I got my swing low, swing high. Bring that back. So we are definitely on the bottom part of the curve, like that. I also like that the daily time frame has curled around from being a downtrend to putting in some higher lows, some higher highs. So we're definitely in the early part of a uptrend. So that was on a daily. Going down to the 4-hour, didn't really see any great, what I would call a demand zone in any of these areas, unless we go clear down to the bottom into the daily demand itself. So again, just going back to the daily, I've got this last red candle down before that big move up, which obviously created new highs. So that's the focal point right there. Plus you got this little trend candle here from this bottom, this higher low, right? So you got 3 points of contact going right through that demand zone. So just by flipping over to a 4-hour, I mean, you kind of have to squint your eyes, but I mean, obviously this is the last red candle down before the move up. The only thing I would be wary about is the fact that the leg out candle just kind of wicked right back into the zone. So it didn't really give much of a fair value gap, right? So that would ding it slightly for me, but it's definitely helped by the case of being very low on the curve, brand new uptrend on a daily, and it's also within a daily demand zone. So that kind of masks that for me, in my opinion, just by it not having that fair value gap, which of course I love. So I don't have what I want. I don't always get what I want. It's not about what I want. It's about what's there, right?
Me neither. The same thing happens to me.
Yeah. So if you're looking at it on the higher time frame, like I do, of course, yeah. I mean, I personally wouldn't be interested. Now, again, this is just the technical view only, right? But I wouldn't be interested unless we came all the way down here to the 1.36 level, that more of that psychological area. And then, of course, looking above, you do have a supply zone right here. So just looking at it on a longer term basis, I mean, that wouldn't be a bad spot to take a stab at it because you got plenty of runway for quite a big trade coming out of there. You know, if you're just looking at it from, again, I feel good about this. It's low on the curve, right? It's in the green part of the Hungarian flag, that, like I always show. So, again, we're getting some higher lows, higher highs. That's beautiful. With it being the beginning of an uptrend, I would definitely expect price to retrace pretty much most of that area. If nothing else, you could probably just take a trade off the daily on this sucker. I mean, it would probably be good to go maybe 50% of the way into this, obviously to kind of bounce into that trend line as well. Just an extra confluence. Richard said confluence earlier. Confluence is one of my favorite words in trading, right? So just try to put a few of those things in your favor. But if you're more a shorter term trader, then, well, let's see. I mean, on a 4-hour time frame, obviously we're well, let's do this on a daily. So on a daily, right? So here's the thing. So on a weekly time frame, just to kind of expand further on the curve. So obviously we're going the lower low, or I should say the swing point low, the swing point high, because price should be between your swing points, no matter what time frame you map it out on, right? So swing low, swing high for the weekly. Now, if we go down to the daily, okay, well, that's a different swing low, swing high point, obviously. So I'm going to delete the weekly one just so I can show it on a daily, because on a daily, it's the same thing. We got price here. We got a swing low. We got a swing high. So we can wrap our little candle from these swing low and swing high points. Okay. So if you're looking at it on this time frame, we're diddling in the middle, right? We're in the middle 33%. So, and then we go, so if we're looking at curve analysis on the daily, we'd want to go to the 4 hour to find our trend. Well, let's go see what our trend looks like. Okay. We got lower lows, lower highs. So we're in a downtrend. But I don't want to take a trade in this area. I would prefer to go to the 1 hour to find my supply zone. So, you could probably make a case for this area here. Let's refine that even further. Let's see what a 2 hour looks like. And not really 2 hour, 1 hour, 30-minute. Yeah, it's kind of a cluster, kind of a lot of candles, but I do like the fact that we had some pretty good, relatively larger volume spread analysis candles down here at the bottom on the way out. So that shows there's some strength there. The problem is it's just too wicky. It's not a very clean looking zone of any type. I mean, we could go down further to a 15, but again, there's just not a pretty picture of a zone there. So I say that to say it would just, me personally, I think it'd be risky to be jumping into a short sell in this area. But here's the other challenge that you run into. If you go any higher, well, then you start creating a higher high from this point. So for this downtrend on a 4 hour time frame, we have obviously a high point. We have a lower high. We have another lower high. We have a low point. We have a lower low. So that's the downtrend. The problem is when you start moving any higher, then you start going into more of a sideways trend, especially if you go higher than this high point here, right? Because you could obviously go up to this point, try to find a supply, which, again, there's one on a 4 hour. What does it look like on a daily? Or hour. So hourly, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, that's kind of four basing candles. Let's see what yeah. So it's really kind of a double-edged sword. If there would have been a good supply zone in this area, then that would have been that would have been a pretty good play. But the problem is it's just too much wicks and it's not a clean move down. It's not a candle like this candle over here, or obviously this big candle over here. It's just lazy candles. You even have a green candle popping up in there. So that for me personally would be a no-go. So basically, to answer your question in one sentence, it's in the middle. It's choppy. It's not a good-looking technical setup from what I'm seeing, and plus the fundamentals aren't there. But yeah, that's kind of where I set on that. I mean, obviously, you could go down to a 4 hour, find your curve even further. But again, when you're looking at the higher time frame, once again, when we go to the daily, it's sideways, right in the middle. It's in the middle. It's in the middle, obviously, on the daily, I should say, right? But again, if you go to the weekly time frame, then we basically just need to wait. Let me just put that back in real quick. So again, we're low on the curve on a weekly time frame. Daily is up, but 4 hour, yeah. Just you got to wait a while. You'd have to wait a while. I mean, it's about 80 pips away. That would be the spot I would pick from a technical perspective. For me personally, if the fundamentals come around. But just looking at it from a pure technical setup, that's not a horrible spot. It's really not that bad. I mean, you could also look at maybe this candle right here. I mean, that's not a bad candle because look at that leg out volume cleared analysis bar down here, right? So you can maybe look at something like this. Last red candle down, you had a big move up. You had about 5 green candles in a row. Now, the reality is the distance ain't that much. It's only about 45 pips or so from this this basing action to this little swing high. But it's just a lower probability. It's a demand zone, but it's just lower probability, right? So the higher probability would be that confluence zone, that 4-hour zone inside of the daily zone, low on the curve, beginnings of a daily uptrend. So hopefully that helps. Yeah, anything less, I personally wouldn't feel comfortable at all. But that's dollar CAD. Dollar Jap was another question, I believe, by Maya. Yeah, Maya asked about dollar Japanese yen. So dollar Japanese yen is giving me a bearish signal. So it's giving me a -9.
And John Dell as well.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, so it's giving me the strongest bearish bias that I've got on any asset. So let me do this. I'm going to attempt, as I always attempt. Sometimes I pass, sometimes I fail. Let's do this. I'm just going to copy, see if I can't put this up here. Perfect. So here's what I'm looking at for dollar Japanese yen, and I'm also looking at the pound Japanese yen because they're tied. So dollar Japanese yen is the one on the bottom. So what is aiding this bearish bias? Well, the sentiment is not helping at all. It's neutral. So the big banks and the financial institutions on the COT report, which by the way comes out today at 3:30 or 4 o'clock Central. There's usually about a 30-minute window. So it'll be updated, but this is accurate as of last Friday's report. So yeah, they didn't really
COT,
buy or
right?
sell.
Yeah.
What's that? I'm sorry. A COT, yeah. Commitment of Traders report. Yeah, it's where the big banks and institutions have to report their numbers to the CFTC weekly. I believe it's the futures contracts. Yeah, so it'd be their futures contracts. So anyway, neutral reading on that. Neutral reading on the retail traders. They're pretty well in the 50% area, right? As far as net long, net short, they're pretty well in the middle. So that doesn't really help either way, good or bad. But the seasonality is favoring the downside for both of these. Trend is obviously favoring the downside. Dollar GDP neutral on the dollar Japanese yen, but the Japanese yen is getting favored on the both sectors of the purchasing managers index reports, the manufacturing and the services. It's getting favored on the personal consumption expenditure report, which is the Fed's favorite report to use for whatever reason, right? That's the favorite one. So that's they're against the dollar, favoring the yen on that, and then obviously the interest rates as well. So there's really only one item going against this this bearish narrative, and that's the personal producer index, the PPI report. Mm-hmm. So, and then you got the neutral. So you add all that up, right? It's a -9. So now that we know that we have a good fundamental bias as far as a bearish possibility, let's take a look. Yeah, so one swing high, swing low, back to swing high. Okay, so I can sell already on a daily. We'll be in an uptrend, but when we're looking at the curve analysis, well, it looks like we're pretty much we're in the middle, but we're close to the 33% on the low end. So by the time we get a pullback to find a demand zone on a 4-hour time frame, we'll be in the green, right? So we just need to go to the daily just to confirm the trend. All right, clearly we're having higher highs and higher lows. Okay, higher highs, higher lows. So that's good. And if you're doing your curve analysis on a daily time frame, by the way, this swing low to swing high, same thing. You're kind of low on the curve. So since we've got an uptrend and we're at the bottom of the curve, got to go to the 4-hour and find a demand zone. Okay, so we got all this retail chop sideways, diddle in the middle, fair value area for the retail traders. And I always color those in gray just so I know to stay the heck away from it. Right? Stay out of this zone. That's my own personal reminder. Don't diddle in the middle. But I've clearly drawn up a zone, so it's not on a 4-hour though. Let's go down to 2-hour. Okay. On a 2-hour, there's my zone right there. So last red candle down before the big move up. So that is a very strong, and in fact, I need to. Oh wait, but I'm sorry. That's the demand zone. I forgot we're bearish. Never mind. So we're not going to buy unless everything just completely flips in the next handful of business days, right? I personally am only allowed to sell this market. But if you're looking at this just from a technical aspect, it's a pretty good spot to buy. I would just be careful because the fundamentals currently are pointing to the bearish side. So that's just one thing to keep in mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as me getting into this to follow the fundamentals on the short end, obviously I got this supply zone up top here, 4-hour supply. So yeah, I personally would wait, and that's a long ways away. That's like 200 pips away, right? To get into a short setup like that. Now, again, this is a dynamic list that I shared as far as the bearish setup, right? The bearish bias. So who knows? What's bearish today could always turn around and be bullish tomorrow or next week. So definitely going to keep that drawn up because if it flips, that's honestly my favorite place. Because again, I'd be buying low on the higher time frame curve and obviously in a daily uptrend. So hopefully that helps. Not really a whole lot in the middle here, though. I got no trade on dollar Japanese yen, whether I wanted to buy or sell this market. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. So hopefully that helps y'all out on that. Take into consideration.
Awesome. Thanks, Tiger. We just got confirmation from the support team that we will be giving away that next free Forex Challenge account, 10K worth, in around about 20 seconds from now. So we have chosen someone from the chat. So if you haven't won yet, today might be your lucky day. So let's give a quick drum roll, guys. 3, 2, 1. And the winner of today's challenge is Maya.
Let's see.
Maya!
There we go.
Maya.
Maya. Congrats. You're the winner of today's 10K challenge account. Congratulations. Thanks for completing all those steps to become eligible for this prize. Hopefully you enjoy that. Treat it with respect, right? Maybe you can use that when you're after your school runs. So there you go. A free Forex challenge account with 10K. Congrats, Maya. Again, if you have any issues setting up the account or any questions, please reach out to our support team, either via our channels on our website or join the Discord channel if you haven't done so already. And just reach out to someone there. They're more than happy to help you out. And they're very, very quick in addressing all kinds of different issues that you might have. So, again, Maya, from our side, congratulations. Thanks for your comments. And hopefully enjoy your prize. A nice way to end the week, I suppose.
Absolutely.
You're welcome.
All right.
Absolutely.
Cool stuff. And that's how easy it is, guys. I do believe we'll be giving away another challenge account during the, the pre-market session? Pre-market pulse. I believe that's going to be a 25K account. So if you missed out on today's 10K challenge account, maybe you'll stand next in line for the next one. So make sure that you're ready, follow those steps necessary to become eligible, just like Maya did. And as easy as that, she won today's prize, and you might be the next winner as well. Congrats.
Yes. And so many other winners as well. Sweet.
Well, it's kind of interesting, Richard. UK 100, the FTSE just jumped onto my bearish bias at -7. I think that was that. I mean,
Yeah, I'm still in that
like,
footsie trade. I'm going to pull it very soon. It's just not doing anything. It's just hovering around my bloody entry level. No momentum going into the weekend. So it's been a weird one, guys, this week, right? Like you also saying.
Crazy.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of traders like literally saying like, "Hey, I haven't taken many trades this week, or I haven't taken any trades this week." So definitely a interesting week to say the least, especially if you're, picky. You didn't have many opportunities this week.
I guess if you trading a bit more on the higher time frames, I'm sure there's a lot of guys doing the scalping thing, which is not my cup of tea really. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have anything on the UK. I mean, it's obviously been in the uptrend over the long term, but obviously this 2 weeks of sideways.
One quick sec here, guys.
Yeah, 2 weeks of sideways action. But it's pretty much a no-go for me either. Because again, it's negative fundamentals, clearly in the overall uptrend. But even going down to the smaller time frames, it's just nothing but a big retail sideways mess. For the way I look at it, obviously, I can't really make heads or tails out of that. What else here? I might as well show pound Jap since that was also the second bearish, or tied with the dollar Jap. Let's see what we got here.
Good.
Let's get rid of all this now. Let's see here. So bearish. Get my sign out of the way here. Let's see here. So we got a low, a higher low, higher low. We got a high. We got a higher high. We got a higher high. I guess you could call that a little bit of a lower high. This one so far is a little lower high, but
higher high.
That is a lower low than this point. That low there. So again, I don't know. I kind of look at this similar. It's kind of sideways. But, if you wanted to kind of lead and project the trend, I mean, obviously we had it's a little wide of a range, but you could look at that as a daily supply. The problem is, look to the left, you got that retail mess. So it's basically the chop zone extended like that. But 4 hours. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just not too excited about this. Really, I'm not excited about it at all. There's some old zones that got blown through because of the interest rate decision yesterday. The governors being at odds with each other. That's not really a true supply zone on a 4 hour time frame because that candle didn't really become the leg out candle. It was the candle after. So after looking at that on a 4 hour time frame, not really that interested in it. But here we go with a 2 hour, right? 2 hour supply. So that's actually where I'd prefer to draw it up, and it's actually passing through it as we speak.
Tiger, just a quick question from Christian. SI. Asking how many hours and how often are you guys streaming?
Yeah, great question.
So
we
do the Forex Fire sessions. Oh, you can handle this one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're 4 hours for this session. It's 3 a.m. Central Standard Time, which is where I'm at. So I get out of bed about 2 a.m. I take a little bit of a nap, but I get my nap. I get my main sleep out of the way 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Just so everybody knows. I do get my 6 hours. That's all I need. If I get any more than that, it's too much sleep for me. But yeah, we do 3 a.m. Central Time until 7:15 Central Time. So 4 hours and 15 minutes, but we take a 15-minute break in the middle. And then I personally do the quiet market session as well. So that's 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Central Time. Again, that's where I'm located. And then on Sundays, I do a 1 hour market kickstart report. So it's just a 1 hour. That's 4:45 to 5:45 a.m. p.m. rather, my time. So.
Yeah, that's when you mostly see Tiger. I'll just be during the Forex Fire session. But then, at 7:30, we have pre-market pulse. That's brought to you by coaches James and Paul, right? So they do the pre-market pulse. That's for 1 hour, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And
1 hour.
then that leads into the futures takeoff session, which starts at 8:30 Central or 9:30 Eastern, when the New York session really takes full effect. So that's when your futures guys comes on and trade the futures markets. So we pretty much going the whole day, right? I think we also have the psychology segments.
I think we just got
Stanislava and Laura. But isn't that that's on the Hola Prime Global channel, if I'm not mistaken, guys? That's at 12.
We got an actual spreadsheet with all the hours. I thought I saw that somewhere.
No, we do have.
Oh yeah.
And then I'm on pretty much with these guys every single day, 3 Central to about 7:15 Central, Monday through Friday, and then I am on I think every Sunday with you, Tiger, right? Doing that market kickoff around 4:45, 5:45 Central.
Yep.
And then I think me and Tiger kind of either are on together or off together after that with that quiet markets on Sunday from 8 to 10 Central time. And those are my prime time hours, I'd say. But yeah, all three of us are here on every day, Monday through Friday, from 3 to 7:15 Central time.
Yeah, I'm in Monday through Thursday. I'm doing about 6 hours a day. So the 4 this morning, the 2 in the evening. But yeah, the quiet markets I do Monday through Thursday. Yeah. So hopefully nobody gets sick of seeing my face, since I am on these streams quite a bit.
Right. But I think you definitely get the most face time.
But if you're not going to invite us to your birthday party, then I might get sick of your face very quickly.
Then you'll get sick of my face. Yeah. Come on up.
Right.
I first have to reach out to Michael and get me a passport.
Yeah.
Hopefully legal.
I got you guys. Don't even worry. We get a lot of questions too from people who will ask us what's the process to move over there and to be legit and legal. So to be honest, guys, we've done a whole process. I've done a deep dive into different countries and requirements and rules. So I actually know a lot more about this process than I care to know. It's just that the fact of relocating here to do it the right way, it was a lot of steps that I was like, oh, I never knew that, different countries did it that way or whatever. So,
believe me, I know about all those things as well. My wife's Swedish. So my boys automatically got their Swedish passports as well. So they got dual citizenship and could at any time really much go anywhere with a passport without visas and that sort of stuff. But not me.
Yeah.
If I would go to Sweden, I need to go get a visa that costs me quite a lot of money. And then I'm only allowed to be there, I think, for max 30 days. And each time I have to apply, although I'm the father. But it's difficult. But anyway. That's what happens if you've got a country with pretty crappy passports.
Gents.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of the U.S. The U.S. you can stay for 6 months most places. That's kind of a long time.
Yeah.
Just doing a little bit deeper a look at this pound Japanese yen. The best looking supply zone I found, obviously, is on a 2-hour time frame. Because obviously, it just doesn't look good on a 4. 1 hour as well. We'll just go 1 hour. Because that way I would look for a trend on a 4 hour. 4 hour we're down. We could probably take a look at this. I'd probably wait for a 30-minute bearish engulfing candle of some type. It's playing around in my supply zone now, but I'm not really getting any volume. So currently a no trade, but I'm actually going to keep an eye on pound Japanese yen. Because again, -9. It's a very strong bearish signal on the fundamentals. So might keep an eye on this for
So we
the
got
rest of
Kristen
the
just asked us
session.
an interesting question just now. Why would someone choose futures prop challenge with trailing DD and much tighter drawdown over CFDs static? It's a good question.
Yeah.
Some
But you guys not a
guys
futures
that
trader?
trade the futures with us, they just want to trade futures. So I don't know, different rules for different markets. Not sure really how to answer that, to be honest. But good point.
Yeah. Yeah, really. It's I don't know. I don't know how to answer it either. I mean, I'm personally partial to currencies just because I found it easier to study 8 major currencies and then obviously the pairs that you can make out of it versus all the different assets that you can trade futures, all the different stocks, right? There's 16,000 stocks or something like that. I don't know the exact number these days, but yeah, with currencies, you just got 8 currencies. So if you can like learn the basics on the economic side of thing of just 8 assets, and then you can figure out, okay, this one's strong, this one's weak. So then it's, to me, in my brain, now this is just the way my brain works, but in my brain, it's just easier to see, to match up a strong currency with a weak currency. Like, let me just see if I can luck out and get my economic surprise meter up here, and it'll might help out. Yeah, here we go. So here, this is what I show periodically on here. This is all the 8 items I care about. So the dollar, the pound, obviously the major currencies, right? But what I care about when I'm looking at these currencies are if they're strong or if they're weak. It's led by the fundamentals. So I say this, all the time. I want to match. I want to buy a strong currency and I want to sell a weak currency. Well, that's obvious. Duh, Tiger. That's obviously, everybody wants to do that. But when I see that on the Canada dollar, for example, it's the strongest currency because of the fundamental and economic report releases, 83% of them beat expectations. So that makes it a super strong one because the currency is actually performing stronger than the economists are predicting. So that's a good future indicator. Well, on the flip side, you got the Aussie dollar, which is the weakest. So only 38% of economic report releases beat expectation, which means 62% missed expectation, right? So that's kind of the simple reason I like currencies, because it's just, in my brain, the way my brain works, it's easy to see a strong currency and a weak currency, and then by default, you just pair them together. So obviously that would be a odd CAD pair, right? Aussie dollar, Canada dollar, and I clearly want to sell it because I want to sell the Aussie dollar and buy the Canada dollar. So what's Aussie CAD look like over here? Odd CAD. Here's odd CAD right here. Well, kind of in a sideways chop. So just because one is strong and one's weak doesn't mean I want to just go out and automatically place that trade, right? Obviously, we got to get a technical setups. So I don't have a technical setup because it's just going sideways on it, especially on a daily.
So question for you, Tiger. So after you just went through that exact rundown, right? Like how you went through the currency strength meter and kind of saw the differences between the two, landed on this pair.
Mm-hmm.
At what point do you look at the COT reports? Is it after this or before?
So when the report comes out today at about 4:00 Central Standard Time, I'll take a peek at it, but I really do a deeper dive on it on Sunday, especially after the market opens. So, I mean, I'll look at it on Friday, but a lot of stuff happens over the weekend, right? When it comes to the Trump tweets, the tariff news, the trade board. So I want to look at that
after your Sunday roast while you're digesting your food.
While I'm pounding water to get my life right again. Yeah. After the pool. But yeah, because that way, when the market first opens on Sunday for me, because it opens here at 4:00 my time on Sunday. Just kind of see how the market's opening up, dig into the COT report, and see what the big banks were buying. Like, where did they increase their long percentage? Where did they increase their short percentage? And I just look at those currencies and other assets, gold, silver, indices, that kind of thing. Bitcoin, it tracks Bitcoin as well. But I like to see what the big banks did and then take that into consideration when I'm trying to decide between a couple bullish pairs or a couple bearish pairs. Okay. They increased their net long percentage on gold. Okay. Well, that means I want to be paying attention to gold, especially if it gives me a bullish signal with all the other fundamentals. It's a lot, but it's also good to have an algorithm that keeps everything straight for you. It really is. So yeah, that's the first thing I do to open up any week. When me and Michael hop on the market kickoff on Sunday, that's what I always go through first thing. Now, just because they increase their long percentage on something doesn't mean I'm going to go out and buy that either. That's just one asset. That's just one item. When I was showing earlier the dollar Japanese yen, where was I showing that? Or was it the pound Jap? No, it wasn't that one. Anyway, when I was showing you guys the top setups, let me just throw it back up there again real quick. I just want you to understand that's just one asset. Or it's just one category. So let me do this. Let me just put it back up there real quick. Dollar Jap. Okay. So the COT report, while it is one of my favorite indicators, it's not the end-all be-all. Because again, right here, under my sentiment tab, COT report, that's just one thing to look at. But that's one of my favorite items to look at. Because again, who makes the money in markets? Who makes the most money?
Big bank.
The big banks. We're trading on, $1,000 accounts, 50,000 accounts, $150,000 accounts. They're trading on $500 million accounts, billions, $1 billion accounts. So if they're making all the money, it's a good idea to see where they bought into or where they sold into, and just use that as a pretty good gauge to what to do this week, the upcoming week. So anyway, yeah, that's just one item though. And then I also like to see what the retail traders are doing. So think of COT as smart money and think of retail position as dumb money. I didn't create the terms. I just use the terms, right? Kind of a disparaging. I know. That's just the way it is in the industry. So smart money, dumb money. And then obviously your technical setups, because you can track any asset to see how does it perform in the month of August? How does it perform in the month of December, right? And you can get at a point assigned positive or negative or a neutral point. So sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't. So yeah, for this particular currency pair, it typically performs negatively in August. That's why I'm getting a -1 for both of these. And then obviously the trend.
Right.
So this trend, the algorithm looks at the trend on a daily time frame. So just basically looking for the lower lows, lower highs, right? Or higher lows, higher highs if it's a bullish. But gross domestic product. Now this is all the economic data. So this is the stuff that we keep track of on Forex Factory or whatever economic calendar that you prefer to look at, right? This is what the big banks are looking at. They don't care about a 5-minute time frame. They don't typically care about things like head and shoulders or a lot of the different patterns that we all look at. They care about did we beat expectations on the GDP report or did we miss expectations? Did we beat expectations on all the PMI data for the manufacturing and services sector, or did we miss expectations? Retail sales, did we outpace the growth numbers that we projected or miss? The consumer price index, which is inflation data, PPI, PCE, that's all inflation data. Right? Are we increasing or decreasing our inflation? And then not to mention the labor data, right? The employment change, unemployment data, and then last but not least, the interest rates. That's what they're paying attention to. So because they're doing that, that's why I give credence, a big piece of credence to the COT report, to the smart money. And I don't want to try to reinvent the wheel. I just want to jump on their coattails and ride them, right? Jump on their coattails and go along for the ride. because they're the ones moving markets. So
Tiger Maria's asking, can you share where you got that stuff from, Coach Tiger? Not sure how to address that.
Oh, yeah, it's called the Edge Finder. It's something that I'm working with to see if maybe I can hopefully get the approval to share it on screen. But as of right now, I can't, just because of partnership agreements, affiliation, that type of stuff. So I can't really share it yet, just because they're third party. But I'm trying to work them together. I've already got them in connection. So we'll see if we could get that up and running at some point. I hope so, because I can promise you it'll help out a lot whenever I talk about my top setups and the COT report, obviously, awesome. Things like that. So all I can really say is just stay tuned. Hopefully we'll be able to get some good news at some point in the near future. Stay
tuned. Keep on tuning in.
It's killing me, Maria. Trust me. I want to show it, but yeah, I want to get it under the radar from the lawyers and everybody. So, yeah. Hopefully, we'll have some good news to report on that in the near future.
How's it going your side, Michael?
Yeah, what do you got going? You got some setup. Oh yeah, you still got your rundown, Michael.
Yeah. I was just letting you guys do your thing,
I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay?
Things have gone extremely quiet on my side. Gold is moving lower, but I've got nothing really to report on. So maybe go through your rundown. Maybe see what's on your radar for maybe next week, remainder of the day, whatever the case.
Yeah, absolutely. If we can get it on over to my charts here, that'd be awesome. Let's see what's going on. And we can kind of start from the top here and kind of do what I would normally do, break it all down. I know a few people kind of show up to kind of see what exactly going on, especially Chris and a few others here. So yeah, we can get it over to me. I can
switch quick. There we go.
Oh, perfect. Awesome. Sweet, guys. Well, as always, let's jump into this markdown here and this walkthrough of every pair. Most of you guys show up pretty often, so I'm sure you're a little familiar with like my style here. But just to give that pretense, once again, we are in essence looking for where we are in the cycle, the market maker cycle, that is. Right. So just kind of how I always draw, we're kind of looking for some action that looks something like this. Right. And again, this isn't perfect, but it'll look something like this as far as the market structured. Right. I like to stay away from this level here, which is known as the peak high, right? peak high, right? And then also this peak low, I am trying to avoid as well. I don't like those two levels at all. Peak L is peak low, of course. I'm really only interested in these two levels here, which would be level 1, right? And we're going to get into the charts here in a sec, but just want to, if anyone new here who hasn't really kind of looked at it, just want to give this quick understanding so we know what we're looking at here. So 1350 cross, we know we're in level 2. And then you got, level 1. And then you guys will just see me put this as L1. That's level 1, right? And then we're looking for some type of bounce off the 50 EMA, right? So first comes the 50, then comes the 200, right? So that area will be first. I'm looking for that break and then recess of this same zone with some type of pattern off the 50 EMA. And then secondly, guys, I'm looking for this zone here, which would be level 2, right? Level 2, looking for that 50-200 cross. That's how we know we're in level 2, which would be marked out as L2. I'm looking for the M/W. M for shorts, W for longs, of course. We're looking for M or W, some type of half bat structure, which is basically an M, but the two legs don't kind of reach together. I'll show that here in a moment. Or that head and shoulders pattern, right? I really don't even care what it looks like. It just needs to look one of the three, right? So the M will look like that, of course. The W will look like this, right? Notice how both the legs are kind of at the same point, right? So these two areas reach the same point. Let me make sure this is as close as I can get it. All right, cool. All right, so this will be the M and W. Now I'll just mark this up like this. M/W. Oops. M/W. Right, that's what the very first version of it will look like. All right. Precision funding, not sure what that is. Gotcha. Okay, so next up would be the half bats structure, which will look something like this, where note that the two legs do not come together and meet the same area pretty much. All right, so it'll look something like this. Let me delete that one. Let me do that part again. Looks a little funky. All right, so notice that it'll look like something like this. Right, this is what I would call that half of bat, or HB for half of bat. Right, HB. And then lastly would be the, right, lastly would be the head and shoulders pattern. All right, will look something like this, whether that's to the downside or to the upside. Right, same exact thing, always, always, always. Right, and then that would be the head and shoulders. Right, so level 2, this is exactly what I'm looking for. I don't care which one occurs. The only thing I don't want to happen, I don't have any more space on here to really write it, but would be a V. I just don't want a V to happen. That is a pass, right? And the V would just, in essence, look something like that. That's a pass. You can't touch the V's, or you don't want to, because they'll come retest it, knock you out the box, and you're like, I should have waited. Right. Oh, I guess I do got a little bit more space here if I do it this way. So these three are good to go. And then for this last one, I'll make this one red. Right. You don't want to touch this one, because this one will get you jammed up. That V will look something like this to the downside, and then something like this to the upside. Right. I stay away from these. No. All right. You don't want to take the ones that look like this. So quick screenshot if you guys want to grab that before I jump all the way into it, just to help out just a bit. Right. All right, cool. So with that being said, I'm gonna actually leave this up here instead of erasing it. Right. So in this case, this is what I mean when I
take screenshots, guys. Take screenshots.
Yeah, I'll leave it here for a quick second so you can kind of see it. All right, give it here a quick moment. This is my whole approach, guys. This market maker cycle, level 1, level 2, and what I'm looking for in level 1 and level 2, it'll always look something like this. Always, always, always. There will never, ever, ever be a time where you guys see me take something separate. It always looks just like this. The important part is to be able to notice it on the chart. This is the whole entire business, right? M's, W's, half bats, head and shoulders, and X-nay on the V's. All right, leave those alone. All right, so when you see me point out a V, you'll know why I didn't take it, because it's a no-no. All right, this is honestly what I tell people in my sessions. This is a sucker's trade to take the V. This is an easy bait in. Like market makers look at taking candy from a baby. You fell for that? Wow. It's like saying, "Oh, what's behind you?" And someone looks over their shoulder. Like, really? Did you really fall for that? Right?
It's like a dad joke.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Exactly. Yeah, my 2-year-old for the longest would fall for this. I'm like, seriously, you're still falling for this? I do it. She just laughs like, I'm not looking. I know what you're trying to do. So super funny. Just jumping right into it. We got like 5 minutes left, it looks like. Hopefully it don't take me that long. But any questions or anything, guys, let me know. I'll jump right into them. All right, so starting at the top here with NQ, NAS 100. As you can see, we have this 5,200 cross. So I know we are in level 2, which means I'm looking for price to come down, give me that nice W structure back to the upside, right? Along with the reload. The reload is essential, right? It has to happen in level 2 because you need that first leg, close above, retest that second leg and not break, and then close back above and take off, right? But that occurs with the reload as well. Once the market baseline, which is the yellow line, gets below this static line, which is this dashed white line, this is where orders are activated on the opposite side of the trade. So you need that manipulation first, which is part of the cycle, right? Accumulation, manipulation, distribution. You need that there in order to take this. That's how you know the trade's ready. All right, as soon as you get this, boom, the trade will look something like this. Guys, this is a 4.5. One of the best, like R to R on this one is ridiculous if this is to set up this way. Right, so very mindful of NQ or NAS 100, whatever you want to call it. On this side, it'll be NS 100. Right, so this probably won't happen today. Today's already Friday, but let's be on the lookout for this one for next week for sure. All right, next up is US 30. We had a few questions about this earlier today. Same exact thing, but the other way. Reason being, we have this 5,200 cross to the downside, right? If you look, once the 5,200 cross, we're looking for some type of M pattern, or again, head and shoulders pattern or half a bat pattern off this 200. Really funky right now. And as I mentioned, with that being said, guys, you want to make sure you get the close below this 800 EMA, right? And we got 2 instances where if you don't get the close, this will bounce right off of and go the other way. Same thing. Yes, it closed below the 13, but once again, there was no close below the 800. And this only happens when the 800 is in the way. You don't want to take a trade right before the 800 EMA because this is a strong support or resistance level off of. So wait for the close, right? Now, I don't have it here for the simple fact this was huge news, right? But once this happened, it still wasn't ready. We had no 4-hour confirmation. And at this point, we had on the TDI prices outside the band. Remember, you can't take this when it does that. Right? So this was a pass. And look what happened. If you would have took this trade and said, oh, I missed the first one, well, I passed on the first one, passed on the second one, this gotta be it. And you take this one, look where you be at. You'd be out of the money right now. You won't be stopped out, but you would have been holding this trade for damn near 24 hours. Ridiculous. Right? Gotta stick to the rules when these type of things set up. This will avoid drawdown. This avoids you holding trades longer than you need to. And if, God forbid, if this doesn't even set up, you held this trade for almost a day and it went the other way. That's the worst type of trade ever, right?
Oh, yeah.
You probably didn't sleep well. You keep coming back to the chart. Oh, I'm up. Oh, I'm down. Oh, I'm down. Oh, I'm up. That whole roller coaster. Mm-mm. Right?
Mm-mm.
Your mental capital at that point. This isn't ready yet. We got to pass on this for now. I'm going to leave this here because it still might set up, right? Even if you look at the 4-hour chart, I'm going to delete this for now to get a clear look. So yeah, this can still set up. What has happened today, I have no idea. But if we get a close below this in the next hour and 21 minutes, this will be good to go. You just need to close below this area. And at this point, you're getting a little close to the R to R rule at that point, right? Barely a 1-for-1. You might can target this ADR low here, get you a 1-for-1.5, but just not ready yet. So be mindful of it. Now, we'll set an alert here, not for a setup, but for me to just come back to the charts and check it out. All right, just to see what's going on. All right. So US 30, not quite ready yet. SPX, S&P 500, we are looking at, on the 1-hour chart, looking at a move that looks something like this. Still not ready yet. No real, I'm going to delete this and redraw it. But there's no real anything right now. All right, we got a 5,200 cross, yeah, so we know we're in level 2. But at the same time, nothing else has happened. This thing has been sitting here. We need to run up a little bit, give us some type of W structure, then run up to the upside. Market baseline is still above the static. This is not ready yet. Right? This needs to go below and then back above for that reload. And we'll look for moves that look something like this. Right? So same thing. SPX is not ready yet. Moving on to gold. We had the question on gold earlier today, I believe. Still kind of waiting for this thing to, as you see, 100 cross, we're in level 2. But it has not come back to the 200 EMA yet. So I'm waiting for something like this. All right, come back, touch this 200, and then give me some money going long this way. Right?
Money. Give me that money.
Yeah, they testing the patience right now. They just holding that level a little bit. All right, with the reload that looks like this. This is much better. I would love to see this set up this way. All right, so still waiting for that touch to the 200. Give me that W structure, half back structure, head and shoulder structure, and then go long. Nice 1 for 2.5, 2.65. I'll take it. Cash it in. This will be ready to go then. Tyke, I think you touched on silver earlier today. It's kind of the same thing as gold. Right? Still, once the 50 cross, we haven't had any touch to the 200. Right? So I still want to see some touches to the 200 here. Right? Market baseline going below the static. Give me that reload. I'll be interested in it then. Nice one also. This is almost a 3-for-1. So a little bit better R to R on silver than on gold.
$38. What was that? 38 what? 38.29?
That price looks like
37.
37.95.
So basically 38. 37.95.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically right there. Yep. Sweet. Moving on over to crude. I knew this wasn't set up. Remember, I say this every week. This never sets up. No matter how close it gets, it never does.
Your favorite.
The naughty stepchild.
Right. This is definitely one of these days. If I didn't hit on this a few times, which again, I think out of the 4 times I've taken it, I think it was only 3 actually. I think I had 1 break even, 1 loss, and one hit. So not too much to say about this one, except that it hardly ever sets up. Something always happens.
3 times
Really
in
always.
10 years.
Different beast.
Exactly.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yeah, we'll give you a little bit longer, right? But that's about it. This sure taking forever.
Yeah, so when I apply market geometry to crude oil, it's difficult. It does its own thing.
I won't be surprised.
Market geometry
This
works
thing hard.
really well with like gold. I don't know. It's like, is it an emotional asset that people trade? Whereas crude is more like a necessity rather than anything else. There's a price action difference, political effects on that.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't either, because I'm brand new to oil personally. It's only been something I've been paying attention to for maybe 6 months, to be quite honest with you. So,
right,
yeah, still got a lot to learn on oil.
Something else that's really interesting about it is the book Trading in the Zone, Mark Douglas. I want to say, and don't quote me on it because I might be wrong, but I think the story that he told in the very beginning about how he was so close to making like 400K, his broker was like chiming in and saying, hey, buy and sell. He was racking up commissions. And he said he finally couldn't take it anymore. And he just told him, hey, just get rid of all of this. And then like a few days later, it skyrocketed. Hey, he held his trade. He would have made like 400K. I think he was saying crude oil. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a punch in the stomach.
It is. So it's like, what? Are you serious? Out of all pairs, like this exact one. So yeah, I'm not a crude oil fan, to be totally honest. It never really works out or like sets up. If I have to show my data, how many trades I took on each pair, this will be at the very, very, very bottom, right above the peso. Right. So super interesting one. But yeah, that probably won't set up. Bitcoin, once again, we got these red horizontal lines here signifying that it just kind of caught in this range. We do have, I must admit, just a little something, which I'll be a little bit kind of watching this to see what it does. But we do have a fresh 5200 cross here. Right. So I know we are in level 2.
Snap.
Just a little something. I won't even get excited just yet. Right. But maybe, just maybe, this thing will run up, give us some type of W structure off this line and run up here. Market baseline goes below the static, comes back above for the reload. Let's see, for the reload. And we copy this, and then we'll be good to go here. Just maybe this will happen. If this happens, I will take this. Right, this would be a 3 for 1, so not bad at all.
Yeah. Maybe.
So we'll see. I'm gonna keep these horizontal lines here, so I know I'm still in this range, but not really feeling it too much. But if this happens, I'll swing at it. Right.
Take a swing.
Just maybe.
Yes. Next is the peso. Once again, just got to keep saying I don't really trade this, but if I was to, it would look like this. Right. This is the main currency that I don't want to go down. I want it to go the other way. So I'm hoping this doesn't work out.
Yeah.
All right. And then let's get into some Forex pairs. So you can kind of see, I'm glad I got there. You see, we got the As I wrote out earlier, today we got the W. Right, we got the half a bat, HB. We got the head and shoulders. And we got the infamous pass, which is the V. Right. That one is the pass. Let's leave that one alone. But yeah, so far, EU, maybe we can get some type of love here coming out sometime. But yeah, this more or less would be one of the moves we are looking for on EU. Still has not happened yet, of course, but we shall see. All right, looking for something like this on EU. Moving along to EJ. EJ has been funky a little bit lately, but maybe some action comes in kind of soon here. Right, even though the chart is looking like this, if you look at the TDI, there's no reload. So no reload means no trade. There's no trade.
No trade.
Yet. Right.
Don't get none of that.
Even if this
action
does continue to go, exactly. Don't touch it. Even if this does go, this is not my setup. Right. There's no reload on this. For me, this is not an actual setup. This is an outlier. It just happens to run at this level. Right. So I'm not interested in EJ at all until it makes the reload. Because what'll happen is this thing will go up here a little bit and then come down, give you the real W with the reload and go. That's what I'll be looking for. Next up again, as mentioned, EN was great last week. We took advantage of that one. Same process, 5,200 cross, M structure off the 200, drop, had the reload. Everything about this trade was nice. All right, we're just looking to take it the other way at this point, which would be something like this. All right, going to the long side. Nearly a 2-for-1, not bad at all. I'll take that with my reload. Let's do it. I'll be all over this if this sets up like this. All right. EC not bad at all either. Just looking for that actual structure to form on out. With my reload, of course. Market baseline is not below the static just yet, so there's no reload. 5,200 has not crossed the 200 or touched 200 just yet either. So far, this is a pass, but this is what I will be looking for. All right, whether it's W, half bat, head and shoulders, once again, same structure off this 200 level. Next up is EG. We got Tiger made some money off this. I still got my Tiger zone in here.
Oh. Not my zone. But I guess I claim it.
Right. Right. This is what you were looking for at first, right? Somewhere in here.
Yeah, that was the first zone. I have another one a little further down. Yeah, I took the small loss on that one, but that swing low point, that's my next plan of attack down there where your blue line went across.
Gotcha. Which I'll be looking. This is now, think about this. This is probably about to cross to the downside. I probably would no longer be interested in this once it does. But we shall see. It hasn't happened just yet. This could easily do something like this. Jump up here, and it will still be ready to go. So it hasn't happened. If this move hasn't happened just yet, but it's close to it. So we shall see. But yeah, I will still be looking for something like this until the 5,200 crosses to the downside. Next up, we got is EA, same thing.
EA Sports.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Yep. Guess we won't.
Right. So same thing, looking for that W structure off this 200 since we're in level 2. Right. This is a nice 2-for-1. I'll take this too. This is sweet.
Michael, I got a question
GU.
for you.
Yeah, shoot.
Just going back to that euro pound, do you look at the W shape on the 15 minute at all? Or even the 10 minute?
I would look at that.
Yeah, smaller.
Yeah, I don't go anything lower than the 15 minute. But what I would be looking at is, let me give you a better example, because EP is not a good one because we got the 5200 cross about to happen. But let's look at something like, EN, right? So if I'm looking, first of all, I'm looking at this to form out on a 1 hour chart. Obviously, that's why I always pretty much stay here. But if I was looking at the 15 minute, I'll be looking for the same thing to happen, except this white 200 EMA on the 15 minute chart would be here. It would be this 800 EMA. So let me zoom down. You see how that looks? I would just be looking for this same structure off this 800 EMA. And it will look nearly the exact same. The only difference would be that instead of looking for the move off the 200 here, it will be off this 800. So I want to see a W structure off this 800 EMA, and at the same time, the market baseline going below the static for the reload, right? But off the 800. So same exact move. It's the same thing. It would just just this area, because if you see level 2, the 200 and 800 cross on the 15 minute, but on the 1 hour chart, right, I got the 5200 cross. So I'm looking for the same exact thing.
Yeah.
That
on the Euro, I just happened to see that beautiful W shape pop up, and I was wondering.
Yeah. So if I went to the 15 minute, see how now it's almost the same thing. At this point, we're getting that.
Yeah, I'm zoomed in a lot more than 800. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, and I was zoomed in all the way.
Minute, though.
Yeah. Okay, I got you. Yeah. Gotcha.
Gotcha.
Cool. Next up, we got GU. I think we was looking to go short GU last week, but that bias changed once we got this cross to the upside now. So now I'm looking for longs, and that will look something like this. As I mentioned, though, once the 800 is in the way, you want price to close above it. So at this point, this may or may not make sense, because you might be risking more than you're going to get. So we have to see what it looks like on the hard right edge when it actually confirms, if it ever confirms.
You want to get paid.
Yeah, you don't want this to bounce off of it and do something stupid like, yeah, we got a W, but it closed here, and then boop, it just tanked on you. Right? That's why you need to close above that.
It's my money, and I want it now.
You heard?
Y'all heard?
Yeah.
Hey, my money.
Right. GJ, GJ is trying to get out of that little zone here. We do got the 5200 cross back up to the upside. Right, so I know I'm in level 2. This one was off the board for a minute, if you guys remember, but it looked like it's trying to start to act right again. So let's give it some grace. Right.
Oh, okay.
I will still be looking for that W structure off this 200 back to the upside. Market baseline going below the static, of course, for the reload. Right, and then that move will look to the upside, something like this. Right. So we'll see what GJ looks like.
Still in that zone.
Yeah, that's what I don't like. It's still in that little area.
Yeah,
but we'll check.
I mean, it's right in the 1 hour, 2 hour supply, but yeah, not really getting the trigger candle.
Right.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, these four we're still going to stay away from. I think it's GA, which is really ugly. This is way too low. I want to see this turn around. GC, same thing. Oh, okay. So not GC. That's why we got this one marked up. GC still needs to come down a bit. Give us this W structure off this 200. And we can actually aim for these highs here. All right. Of course, still with the market baseline, giving us that reload. And then we can probably take this. Once again, if you take this here and price gets to this 800 EMA, you want to move your stop loss to break even so you don't get smacked if it turns around.
Yeah,
right.
Lock in something.
Just be smart.
Enough to buy a few
Don't
pieces
get
of bubble gum.
Yeah. Who wants to be smacked in the face? No? Nobody? Okay. Move your stop loss to break even right
No,
here.
thank you. Everything's fun and games until you get smacked in the face or punched in the face. What's that?
Yeah.
Mike Tyson quote?
Right. Everyone knows what to do. Everybody can get in the ring until you get punched in the face or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is right.
Yeah. So yeah, be careful with that one. And I only got about 15 more minutes, so I'll push the pace up here just a bit. Let me see. This is GN. Yeah, I was looking for this to pull back. This one was really funky looking, right? It never came back to this area because we had this huge green candle that went really high, and it kind of threw the R to R off a bit. So we still be looking for. Yeah, I think I don't like this anymore. Yeah, if anything, I'll be looking for some type of bounce move off of this 50. But again, you see how we just got wicks here on this 50? It's not good enough. I want to see some actual body on the candle, not just wicks like that. Yeah.
Cuerpos.
To see body on the candle, exactly. Quiero ver cuerpos.
Necesitamos cuerpos.
Exacto. Dijiste correcto. We need bodies off this running up. Right? Now, the cool thing about this is this is not a W off the 200. So there's no reload on this trade. Right? The only thing that we need to happen is the RSI line to come down and kind of just give us a move that looks like that, along with the signal line too. So both these will need to come down and bounce a little bit, but no reload on this trade, right? The reload was only for the W, and that was right here. It was small, very small, which is probably why this isn't really going anywhere just yet, but that only happens with the W's and M's. I'm not interested in that on the reload. I mean, there's no reload on the money trade, which is this next bounce off the 50. Right, so I'll put a small alert here just because I want to see what it looks like when it touches the 50. Right, check this out. That's all I know. And again, it probably won't even happen today, but when
your yellow line in your TDI, that is the RSI, right?
No, the yellow line is the market baseline. The RSI line is this purple looking one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I couldn't think of the word base. I thought I misunderstood you because I thought I heard you say RSI, but you were talking about the different line.
Oh, so if I did, that's my bad, right? So on here, let me just delete all of this, right? So how we got this purple and this red, how it's above the yellow. I don't want it to be above the yellow like that because that's on the chart that's on the TDI on the chart. That's why the price has not come down and touched the 50 yet, right? Well, it touched it, but again, it was just wicks. I want the body of the candle. So I want that to look, on the TDI, I want to do something like this. Right? I don't want to change the color because then I have to change it back, but I want the RSI line to come down and touch somewhere around here. Because this static line is the 50 line on the chart. Just how I can tell it's too far away from it. So just how the RSI line didn't come touch this static right here, right? I wanted to do something like that. On the TDI, it'll look like that. And when it does that on the chart, that'll look something like the price coming down and touching the 50 with body, not just candle. This is what I mean when I say both of these two will actually agree. Right now, neither one of them. The chart saying, no, you didn't touch the 50 with no body. And the TDI saying, no, the RSI line came nowhere near.
They're bickering. They're arguing.
Yeah.
They're having flapping lips.
Right. A lover's quarrel.
Yeah. Makes sense.
Right.
Wiggle.
Right. So same thing. I'm not in this. I think I mentioned to you, I know somebody's in this, and everybody was mentioning that this was really low from like, I think Tiggy said something like 1974 went lower. So I have this marked up, but so far it's pulled all the way away from it, like all the way away. So not too bad, I guess. But again, not enough reason to take the trade just because it's low. That doesn't mean anything.
Right. Yeah.
All right. USD CAD, looking for more of a move that looks like this. Right. I don't know why that's there. I'll take this off. But yeah, 5200 cross, we know we're in level 2. So we want to see some move that looks more like this. With the market baseline going above for the right. So that's what USD CAD looks like. USD CHF, Tiger, you and I are in this thing's just sitting here. I'm definitely closing this trade today, guys. Like, I'm not holding this over the weekend no matter what.
Yeah. Look what's happening all over. Me with the UK 100 trade as well. It's just nothing's happening. It's quite sideways. It's not a week, guys. We'll
it's not.
We'll be back.
Yeah,
except for
it's okay to
Tiger with a nice trade you pulled off.
Yeah, it's that's just kind of the way it works. Sometimes you have a great week, sometimes you have a bad week. As long as you string together 2.5, 3 good weeks, have a bad week and a half, they'll make a little bit of money, right? Or maybe even 2 bad weeks and 2 good weeks. As long as you make a little more, this is just where that risk reward comes in. Super important.
100.
Because I'm definitely going to take a small hit this week, but last week's good trade, one good trade is more than compensated for it. So overall, we just look for little ebbs and flows up, right? Exactly. This just happens to be a ebb week, right?
You said it. You said it.
Flow last week.
So not too much action on UF. Just kind of waiting for it to go. Maybe in New York session, who knows? But no matter what, I'm closing this trade on today for sure.
For sure.
We had somebody in the chat mention UJ today, and I think Tiger, you said you were looking for it to come up a bit before you take it short. Same exact thing for me. I want to look something like this first. Come up a little bit, give me that M structure off this 200, and then drop. Right. Once again, there's 800 EMAs in the way. So once price gets here, don't get smacked in the face. Just move your stop loss to break even. All right. Be wise.
Oh, man.
All right. And I'll speed it up here. We only got 9 more minutes. So let me just kind of run through these. All right. Looking for the W off the 200 here. We got the 5200 cross. We know we're in level 2 on AUD CAD. Same thing, guys. Looking for that W with the reload, right? Target can be here. This is a nice 3.5 for 1. This can set up the right way. Will this happen today? Of course it won't. Maybe this will be a move for next week.
Yep.
Right. And I'm no longer interested in shorts for the simple fact that the 5200 has crossed to the upside. Right. I know I'm in level 2 long at this point. Right. And then I'm looking for the market baseline to go below the static, back above for this reload. And that move will look something like, oh, whoops. Yeah, we'll see price do something like this, back up to the upside, and boom. Once again, 800E amazing the way. Be careful with it. This can easily take you out. So just be smart. Still looking for the W's, going long. In CAD, same thing. This has turned around as well. We got the 5200 cross to the upside now. So I'm looking for longs. Why? Because we're in level 2. Same thing as the last one. Looking for this W structure off the 200, going back long. Market baseline going below the static, back above for the reload. Activate those orders for that manipulation phase. Going long. Target can be here. Stops below the swing. Nice 2.5 for 1, almost 2.5. Right. NF, same thing. This one's already set up the right way. We got the 5200 cross to the upside. Looking for W's off the 200 with this reload. Right. How many more we got here? 1, 2, 3. Okay, just a few more. I think I can make it. AU, same thing.
All good, no rush, buddy. No rush.
All right. AU, same thing. We're still looking for W's off the 200 here. With the reload, we're in level 2. All right. AF, same thing. Looking for W's off the 200. Lots of level 2 trades, guys. So just looking for some type of action off the 200. NFP week last week really had affected this week for sure. It's just between that and the tariff stuff is a little funky. Right, so
big time.
Once again, another level 2 trade. AF long. EF, same thing. Level 2 long. Looking for W's off this 200 area with the reload, of course, as always. Right, looking for that move there. CAD Yen. CAD Yen is ugly. I got this on here, but I really don't like CAD Yen because it's just stuck in this funny area that is just, I don't know. It's too questionable. If this sets up, I probably still won't take it. Yeah. So pretty ugly to me. FJ, I'm not taking this one at all. This is way too low. I'm not even marking this one up. We kind of caught between, just broke out this range. I'll be looking for more longs than shorts, but this is way far off. So done on FJ. CAD Swiss, kind of hanging out in this level 2. As you see, we have the V. Remember, you cannot trade the V. If you would have took the V, look where you've been at. You just now, like, after 2-3 days, just barely at break even. That's why you don't want to take these.
Yeah.
No V.
Right. AN looks funny. To be honest, I would only want to take this in Asia anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna take this off. This is ugly. Got too much going on here. It's actually not horrible, to be honest. We got the first leg. We want to see that second leg come in place and then go up. All right, we got the 5200 cross. So we know we're in level 2. All right, L2. And then we still need that. Oh, the reload is already happening, right? Because the market baseline is already below the static. So this is, at least that part's panning out. Right, so something like that. And here, this R to R might be off, so you might have to have a larger target, something up here. Okay, so 1.5, that's not bad. So maybe something around there. AJ and NJ are off the board. I don't like either one of these. They just been, all the yen pairs been kind of funky. We do have this almost fresh 5,200 cross. So maybe, just maybe next week we can have something like this. Going back to the upside. Market baseline going below the static, back above for the reload. Right.
You know, speaking of the yen, Michael, it looks like on my top setups, the yen pairs are all looking to try to get bought up. Because you got dollar Jap as the bearish, pound Jap bearish, Euro Jap bearish, Aussie Jap bearish, and then the other two are -2 and -2 for Swiss Jap, New Zealand Jap. So yeah, every one of them. And then CAD Jap is the more neutral; it's -1. But you got four Japanese pairs looking to get bought up. So it's turned out to be one of the stronger currencies at the moment. Yeah, 71% on my surprise meter. So I'm excited to throw that out there.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah. And then we got the last one.
On Monday.
NJ.
Your timing is impeccable, Michael. Impeccable timing. As always.
Right. Got this last one, L2. Right. So you're looking for that W structure, just like the last one, going long. Market baseline below the static, back above for the reload. And that move will look something like this to the upside. Might have to target up here because this is pretty short. Right. Even if we went here, no, I guess even there, too bad. Right. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen, with 1 minute to spare.
Thank you, senor. Thank you.
Yes.
Right, everyone, with that, we've reached the end of our session. Sorry, Tiger, for interrupting there. Please.
No,
please
you're
go
good. No, I was just going to say, hopefully we have a good intraday. Otherwise, we'll have to have a good week next week to make up for this week. At least
I'm still in the green. It's just not been very actionable. But let's see how things go. By the way, it was very nice seeing you guys again. Always great working with you. To all our viewers, thanks again for joining. To everyone new today, and as well as Maya Vlogs, congratulations for winning the 10K account. Next up will be the pre-market pulse. So that's brought to you by Coach James and Paul. And I believe there will be a 25K Forex Challenge account given away during that session as well. And then they'll take you into the futures takeoff session with our futures traders. And I also believe there will be another one there. So if you haven't won one of these prizes or challenge accounts just yet, just please do stay tuned. Support our other coaches. Again, thanks for watching. From my side, have a great, fantastic rest of your day and weekend. Cheers, senor. Tigre and
cheers,
Michael.
salud.
Have a great one, guys. All the best.
Buen día.
Stay safe.
Have a good weekend.
Adios,
Hasta luego.
amigos.
Hasta luego.
Hola Prime. Trade with